All right, good evening, everyone. And first and foremost, welcome to the San Bruno City Council meeting, the regular meeting of January the 10th, 2023. And Happy New Year to everyone. And may I please have roll call?
Councilmember Alvarez? Here. Councilmember Marty Medina?
Here.
Councilmember Salazar?
Here.
Vice Mayor Hamilton?
Here.
Mayor Rico Medina?
Here. Thank you very much. All present and accounted for. And now item number 3 will be the Pledge of Allegiance. I've asked if the President of the Board of Supervisors and our Supervisor for San Bruno, Dave Pine, could lead us in the pledge this evening.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Pine. At this time, we will go on to item 4, which is public comments for items that are not on the agenda. Any member of the public wishing to speak will have up to 3 minutes. The city clerk has your speaker card, so thank you for everyone doing that. So those that are present in the audience will be asked to speak first, and if there are any that are via Zoom, we will take those at that time. So with that, city clerk, if you could call the names.
We have an in-person speaker, Chris Borges.
Mr. Bogus, hold on, I just want to make sure your mic is live, so we're just going to check that real quick. Hold on.
Good?
Thank you.
All right.
Sorry for the interruption.
So you go up Crystal Springs Road. On the right side, there's a white safety line that goes all the way up. It's completely faded. And when you come down on the right side, faded. 25 mile per hour zone. People are flying coming down about 50, 53. The middle of the 2 lanes that are striped, those are worn out. Then you go down, San Bruno Avenue in Princeton. So people are a little bit nervous coming over from Princeton, San Bruno Avenue, and make a left on Princeton, or coming down. They're really just flying, coming down San Bruno Avenue, unsafe. And then a couple different issues. There's a tree in front of Walgreens on San Mateo Avenue that has not been rectified over 2 years. We've been talking about it. I addressed it. It's dark. It's depleted. People are walking down on the sidewalk coming out, and it's pitch black, so it's unsafe for kids, adults, seniors coming out of there. They say it's Walgreens tree. It's on the sidewalk. It's outside the perimeter of Walgreens. Has not been taken care of. The garbage throughout San Bruno is getting really bad. You know, if you got the city of San Bruno and you got City Hall as clean, we should try to keep the rest of the San Bruno also clean, just like the City Hall. You have a San Bruno Fire Department that's the oldest fire department in San Mateo County. We got some big issues ahead of us to make some good decisions to move forward. And, school zones, I think the patrol needs to be, maybe out there a little bit more for the kids in the morning. And when school's let out, when you're seen, it's a big difference when you're seen and you're out there, and the safety of a kid is a huge difference. Crestmore, on the backside, on Crestmore Drive near John Muir, you have a crosswalk coming out of the school. So the red zone, when they sprayed it, it's really short. So when you're coming down Crestmore, kids are coming out, there's a blind spot because the car is parked too close to the crosswalk. If you open up the the red zone, and spray it a little bit further up, you won't have a blind spot for the kid to come through, or a child, or a senior, or anybody, a pedestrian, to come through that crosswalk to be seen. So a little bit of a follow-up. It's tough for people to come to the meetings, but a lot of people are talking about this. A lot of things in the city of San Bruno. And it's hard for people to call and follow up and do the due diligence of what the city is supposed to be doing for the people, the taxpayers of San Bruno. Each department should be communicating with others They should be talking to the city manager, they should be talking to you guys, and, bring it back to what it used to be. Like when Mr. Marshall was here. Open door policy, let's take care of business, and let's move forward. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Boges.
Thank you.
I'm receiving information that maybe the sound is not functioning on City Net service, so if anybody could just check that real quick, please. Next speaker, please.
We have one remote hand up. Tim?
There are no other speakers within the audience that wish to speak on public comments. Okay, please.
Tim, I will now be bringing you in. Tim, whenever you're ready, you may begin.
Hi, actually, it's Raina. Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak tonight. And I want to bring a couple of issues. Well, the same issue is one is the safety of Huntington and Florida. There's not a stop sign there, so it's a blind spot to turn left on Florida onto Huntington, going north, of course. Also, Florida Park, Florida and Taylor is basically, it's not safe. We need at least the pedestrian right of way. Okay, it is about time. I see that it's gonna be addressed about how finishing Florida Park. We don't need, okay, the Florida Park is fine. I think the families in the neighborhood don't have the time to be calling and following up, but safety in the park close by is important because I walk every day, and I'm not the only one who basically fend for ourselves when the cars just run like 40 miles an hour. Okay, so we need pedestrian right of way, Taylor, everywhere surrounding Florida Park. So I don't know what else to say, but please focus on that. That is so important. And thank you so much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you for your comments, Rain.
I do not have any other speaker cards and no other remote hands are raised.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your comments. We will move on to item 5, which is announcements and presentations. First, we'll start with item A, staff update on the city's response to the late 2022 and the early, obviously we all know this, 2023 winter storms. That was not sound effects that was done by staff for tonight's meeting. That is what we just heard. But with that, I'd like to turn it over to our city manager, which I don't know if it's a good sign or not for intro from outside.
That was very fitting introduction. Thank you, Mayor Javon Grogan, City Manager, to the Mayor, members of Council, members of the public, both here and at home. My name is Javon Grogan, and I'm the City Manager, and I have the pleasure of providing a brief update on the storm that we just hear. We have another mini storm front approaching. This will be a very brief conversation. Up on the screen, you have also Matthew Lee, our Public Works Director. He is here, but I have agreed to run the council and the community through this brief presentation. We'll provide a quick overview of our storm preparation. We'll talk about the city's response, our activation of what we call the EOC, our Emergency Operations Center. We'll talk a little bit about the public messaging, as well as a picture is worth 1,000 words, and so we'll probably have about 15,000 words in this presentation via pictures, and then talk about next steps, and certainly take any questions from the City Council. So just a general note, every time there's a storm, we do preparation. Leading up to this storm, we cleaned trash in the community and removed debris. We cleaned what's called catch basins, the grates, and also our trash capture devices at our storm inlets across the city. We know that those routinely accumulate with trash, and we try and clean those out ahead of a storm. We also ordered a number of supplies. We monitor the weather. The county activated their Emergency Operations Center, and so know that your staff here at the City of San Bruno was a part of all of those calls, and we ensured that we had the appropriate personnel on scene. So as we know from all the news reports, these were record storms. The San Francisco region experienced a total storm surge greater than the amount of rainfall that has fallen in a 5-day period in the last 100 years, second in the last 100 years. And so we here at the city of San Bruno activated our Emergency Operations Center. The city's municipal code gives the city manager the power to sign an immediate proclamation. And so I took that action, and we immediately activated our Emergency Operations Center to monitor the storm. The picture that is on the screen is a picture of your San Bruno EOC and our team monitoring and actually responding to incidents. We also set up something that thankfully we did not have to activate, which is a TEP, a Temporary Evacuation Center, that was going to be here at the Senior Center. It's a location that we have that has a generator and could be a warming place and a evacuation center if we needed it. And we were fully prepared. And even tonight, we have left our emergency trailer out there filled with the necessary supplies should we need to activate. So sandbags, as we all know, sandbags were in short supply, not just in the county, but across the Bay Area. Thankfully, due to the work of our Public Works Department, we ordered pre-filled sandbags, but like most cities, we quickly ran out. I'm happy to announce that here in the city of San Bruno, we did not have a shortage. However, like many other communities experienced, we had about 1 day where we had a lull on sandbags. And then about 3 o'clock, we were able to utilize one of our vendors, Jericho Project, that is helping us with our fire mitigation. And within a phone call, had about 20 people here in a matter of 30 minutes filling sandbags for this community. And so those pictures there are indicative of what occurred over several days of the storm surge. We had residents coming in very orderly, picking up sandbags, and we continue to have necessary sandbags for both the community and to protect public infrastructure. So I just want to congratulate both the Public Works Department and Jericho Project and thank them for the work that they did. As the community and the council knows, we certainly pushed out a number of communication on, frankly, every medium that we have available. Just want to take a moment, and we'll do it a little bit later, remind the community that SMC Alert, San Mateo County Alert, we really need you to register for that. That is how we will notify you in an emergency. Short of doing a reverse 911 where we dial every phone possible, that's not an opt-in. SMC Alert is an opt-in system, and we really need every member of the community to opt into that system because we can actually triangulate by neighborhood and by the information that you put in when you register for that system. And so I won't go through all of the announcements, but just thank you to our communications team in the EOC that pushed out all of the various alerts to the community. I hear the thunderstorms continuing to roll as we talk. We set up a number of dedicated contact cell phone numbers. We don't want everyone calling the non-emergency 911 number for everything, and so there are phone numbers to call if you see a flooded intersection, if you need help with logistics, housing, and so all of that information was pushed out on our website and is available to the community. But in the event of emergency, always call 911, and when in doubt, call our non-emergency number. Also important to note, in just a minute when I take my seat, we will have One Shoreline provide a presentation on their work with regard to the 7th and Walnut area and the work to develop a long-term fix for some of the flooding that has occurred in our community. Just an important note that we worked with One Shoreline, and thanks to some infrastructure that they've recently installed, we were able to push out a proactive message to alert the community that we did expect flooding in that area and continue to issue alerts specific to that area. Overall, our preliminary damage assessment has approximately, well, at the time we printed this, 14, but now there's a list of 16 areas where we've had various mudslides, sinkholes. We had a streetlight outage in a portion of our community near Whitman Way in Princeton during the storm, as well as manhole depressions. And so the council should know that as a part of the emergency declaration process, we do have a 72-hour time frame to get in a preliminary damage assessment. We have completed that both for the storm that hit on New Year's Eve and this storm that occurred just a few days ago. And so know that those preliminary damage assessments have been done. However, a few of the impacts from the storm will be long-term, and we will need to identify a permanent fix for them. And we'll go through a few pictures right now. And certainly there was localized flooding at areas in San Bruno that are common and prone to flooding. I think we all in the community know that San Bruno has a deficient stormwater system. We have a stormwater system that we know is over 100 years old, and the city did a study in 2017, and there was more than $50 million of known improvements, and we are and will continue to work on providing more funding for our stormwater system. Certainly this flood surge was record levels of water, but as we'll see in some of these next pictures, some of the more concerning issues are the landslides. And so we've had a number of locations where there's been landslides, and we've had our geotechnical engineers out to assess these areas. Sometimes they're behind homes, other times they're on areas that you can visibly see, for example, driving San Bruno Avenue. But know that your staff has not only taken temporary measures to visqueen or put plastic to cover a number of the slides, but we've also had geotechnical engineers out, and I hiked in many of these areas yesterday with our staff. But of most concern, or let me talk about trees. As we know, high winds that we continue to experience. We had a number of tree failures. Many people in the community did not experience closed roads, and that's really because of the wonderful work of our public works staff and our fire department that were out there immediately as a tree fell and removed it from the roadway. But we had trees that fell all throughout the community due to the high wind, taking out power lines. But of most concern are two sinkholes. One in the northern parking lot of Church of the Highlands. That is actually a city storm drain. That's the picture in the middle. That is a temporary fix that our consultant or one of our emergency contractors was able to put in place. It's a 54-inch storm drain culvert that collapsed and created a sinkhole. There has been a temporary fix, and there's currently 3 metal grates covering that fix. But we do expect this to be a very large and likely very expensive fix. And if you go there now, you can hear the water gushing. We cannot fix it in the middle of the storm season, but we do believe that this temporary fix will hold, but there is a large section of the pipe that is depressed and has created a sinkhole. And so that area is currently off limits. In addition, near City Park at Cypress and Crystal Springs, there was a sinkhole that developed under the sidewalk. Happy to announce that a permanent fix has already been installed for that. Our contractor worked throughout the night until 5 o'clock in the morning one day just to fix that when we had a break in between the storms. We have not yet repaired the concrete, of course, due to the rain. Next steps, we are in the early phase, as I mentioned, of our assessment process. We will continue to prepare for these storms that are coming. Thankfully, they appear to be less in severity than what we've experienced. We will complete our damage assessments, provide that information to the council, and later on your agenda tonight is the ratification to continue the emergency, the existence of the local emergency, and we anticipate continuing with that local emergency and asking the council to sunset that emergency at the next council meeting. We still would like to continue with the activation of our EOC as we continue to assess and then experience continued precipitation, make sure that we're able to respond and respond appropriately. Thank you. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Before I ask my colleagues for any questions, I do want to thank the county for their efforts, opening up the event center, getting Red Cross there established, but also just the county and the DEM having the calls to the Emergency Services Council in addition to staff. So what I want to say is some of these calls were at 9 a.m., 1:30 p.m., 4 p.m., and I was on those and was even at a Celebration of Life Sunday, and our staff is on it, as I am. And so I want to thank the staff because I was always assured San Bruno was well represented and was there taking care of things. And I appreciate that. And that's where everybody from the county is telling each other what their status is, what's happening. And so it's, again, the county having a collective effort. And this was a great mechanism that was learned from COVID. And I want to thank staff because we know from our Public Works Department, Community Services Department, Police, Fire, it's a lot. And a lot came on New Year's Eve and into the new year. And I know for the whole county staff, I know I had a meeting on ALS JPA, and here we were at 10 a.m. and Brisbane manager who runs that was saying the whole town is out, the whole city is out. Burlingame was operating on a generator at the city hall. So it's really been daunting for folks. So really kudos to everybody in the county and kudos to the city of San Bruno, who I felt very comfortable and rested well, somewhat, but knowing that things were being represented, present, and knew they had things in hand. So I'd like City Manager, Mr. Lee, to the chiefs to please pass it on to, and see, the Director Martola. But anyway, everybody can please pass it on. With that, questions from colleagues? If not, right now,
Through the mayor?
Vice Mayor Hamilton.
Yeah, not a question, just a comment, and I won't echo everything that you just said, although we all feel the same way regarding the performance of our staff, police, fire, community services, CityNet, Public Works, all the teams working so hard for us through this. I just wanted to take a second to reiterate what the city manager said in the presentation regarding the importance of everyone to download and participate in the SMC alert system. It really is quick and easy to sign up, and it's not one of those things where you sign up and then you regret it because you get a bunch of things that aren't important. The stuff that comes out when you get or road closures and things that you need to know, things that are important. And it's really worth it, and I highly recommend that everyone download it. smcalert.org. Thank you.
Thank you. No other questions from colleagues, and is there any members of the public that wish to comment or ask questions on this section?
We have one hand raised. Robert Riegel. Robert Riegel, I will now be bringing you in.
I just had one question. Did the city experience any SSOs during the end of the year, first of the year?
Sure. Through the mayor, would you like me to take that?
Yes.
Members of the public may not have heard, but I think the caller said SSO, sanitary sewer overflows. Yes, we did. We experienced 2 sanitary sewer overflows. Oftentimes when you have localized flooding, the sewer pipe will fill up with stormwater and then bubble up at some of the cleanouts and manholes. And that's why the health officer in San Mateo County, and we always say don't walk in floodwaters. They can be contaminated with bacteria. So we did report 2 sanitary sewer overflows, one of just over 5,000 gallons and one of, if memory serves me, around 200 or 400 gallons. But we will confirm that. But certainly, anytime you have localized flooding, especially in a neighborhood where there's residential sewer pipes, you oftentimes have sanitary sewer overflows.
Thank you very much. No other comments? Then I would ask maybe City Manager if you don't go far, because we'll go on to the next item, item B, on shoreline presentation on the Tide Gate Replacement Project, and if you could do the intro. And
Sure. I would like to introduce the Executive Director of One Shoreline, Lynn Matherman, who will provide our presentation. He is also here with Supervisor Dave Pine, and I think we will have Supervisor Pine first.
Thank you, City Manager. President Supervisor Pine.
Well, good evening, council members and staff. I'm happy to be here tonight in my capacity as the chair of One Shoreline, which is the San Mateo County Flood and Sea Level Rise Resiliency District. I'm really pleased to have the opportunity to talk about One Shoreline and how we're working in San Bruno to address flooding concerns. So One Shoreline was established in 2020 with really three objectives. One was to approach these problems in a multi-jurisdictional way. Second was to build staff expertise. And third was to be able to compete effectively for funding to attack these problems. And we've made good headway on those goals. We recently completed a project in Redwood City called the Bayfront Canal, which had really languished for many decades because it's hard for the cities to come together. In terms of expertise, we have a small and mighty staff. It's only 4 people, but they wake up every day thinking about flooding, and a small team can go a long way. And we've had some success in procuring funds. We recently received $8 million to work on a project in Burlingame Millbrae. But tonight's discussion is, of course, focused on San Bruno. So Len Matterman will give the presentation, talk a little bit about One Shoreline, but then spend time on some of the immediate actions that we've taken here to try to alleviate flooding in the Bel Air neighborhood concerning the tide gates and the pump stations, and then turn our attention to what are the longer term solutions for flooding in Bel Air. We're very cognizant of the fact that the Bel Air neighborhood is in a FEMA flood zone, and that's very difficult for the residents to have to pay those extra charges. So with that, let me introduce Len Matterman, the CEO of One Shoreline.
Good evening. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, it's good to see you again, Mr. Mayor, and good to see you, council members. Thank you, Chair Pine, for kicking us off. I wanted to also thank the city representative from this part of the county. We have 7 board members, 5 of which are from cities, and the city representative from the North Bay side is Donna Colson from Burlingame, and so she also represents the interests of this area, and she's a contact for you as well as Supervisor Pine. Also wanted to acknowledge and thank McKenna Wong, who's sitting 2 rows behind Dave Pine. She's our project manager that focuses in on San Bruno and has worked extensively with city staff on what we're about to talk about today. And then finally, acknowledge the substantial efforts of Matt Lee and Dennis Bosch here at the city, who are partners with us, as well as City Manager Grogan and his staff, who we've been working with quite a bit lately. So I'll advance the slide. There we go. Okay, so that's the introductory slide. And so if I'm trying to press to advance. This is, okay, all right, great. So the pictures that you see above, the 3 on the left, are from San Bruno in 2021. People will remember that in October of that year, there was a very substantial event that resulted in flooding to the Bel Air neighborhood. The picture at the right is from the Pacific coast side, and at One Shoreline, we are thinking about the whole county, including what's on the bay side and the coast side, in terms of the water-related impacts of climate change. Oh, there we go. So the county had a long-standing flood control district, but it only covered a small percentage of the actual area in the county in terms of generating revenue to work on these issues, and actually projects in those areas. And on the bay side, it was a very small percentage as well, in the range of about 10%, and there was no activity on the coast side. Given the substantial and in some ways unique vulnerability of San Mateo County to climate change and the water-related impacts, it was felt that this flood control district was inadequate to address the issue. And so in 2019, there was state legislation signed by Governor Newsom, and it established the San Mateo County Flood and Sea Level Rise Resiliency District, also known as One Shoreline, as of January 1 of 2020. And we work on the multiple issues associated with water and climate, including flooding and sea level rise, coastal erosion, as I mentioned, regional stormwater efforts, water retention, and as part of that, we look at opportunities for recreational enhancement and environmental enhancement. We take a holistic approach to the threats, looking at all these different threats and not just kind of a traditional flood control approach. Holistic view to geography. As Supervisor Pine mentioned, we work multi-jurisdictionally and throughout the county because, of course, this issue of climate does not in any way respect jurisdictional boundaries, and no city can do it alone. And then we take a holistic view of objectives. We think about how to incorporate not just governmental work, but also with our partners in the private sector and community-based organizations, bring them into the fold. And a holistic view of the disciplines, where climate is not just a water issue or a wildfire issue, it's also a housing issue or a land use issue or a transportation issue or a utilities issue. All of these things are affected now and will be affected more so in the future by the effects of climate change. In terms of our activities, this is our last slide on One Shoreline, but it summarizes what we've been up to in 2020, 2021, and 2022, setting up the new agency. As Supervisor Pine mentioned, we completed a $10 million construction project down along the bayside of Redwood City and Menlo Park. We've developed new multi-jurisdictional projects, including the one that was mentioned in Burlingame and Millbrae. We've developed the first of its kind in the Bay Area zoning ordinance to address future climate conditions for the city of Burlingame, and we're working with other cities on their various general plan documents, specific plans, and zoning ordinances. We would be very happy to work with San Bruno on those types of documents. And we've raised funds. We've spent about $3.5 million, just under that, and we've brought in almost $20 million so far. So I think it's a good return on investment to this point. If we look at the Bayside and we look where work is being done to address the county's unique vulnerability to sea level rise in California, there are areas of the county that have work that is in planning, design, or construction, and those are the areas in green of our 53 miles of county shoreline. There are also substantial areas in red that don't yet have those types of activities underway in any coordinated way. And those are the areas in red. And so we have a bay program at One Shoreline to align and connect all of the shoreline on the bay side of this county. We work over the next 18 months. We're going to be doing a lot of work on those planning documents because that's, I think, going to be our legacy, is what do these communities look like so that we don't have to retrofit them in the future for things that we know are coming, like the new normal of every winter of drought and atmospheric river. If anybody thinks that this is a once-in-a-lifetime event, I would submit that they're probably mistaken. Is that what we saw in 2021? What we've seen now in 2022 is what we're going to see more or less in winters to come. And we need to be thinking now about that in terms of how and where we develop and what that looks like. Are we positioning ourselves to be able to become resilient to these types of events? Also, multi-jurisdictional projects. It's not just Burlingame and Millbrae. What we're doing on San Bruno Creek is also a multi-jurisdictional project, as I'll mention, and these other items. Okay, so looking at San Bruno Creek, as was mentioned, there was a long-standing flood control district that had flood zones. In 2020, when One Shoreline was established, we inherited a decades-old flood zone, 4 of them actually, and the 2 that you see here are for Colma Creek watershed and the San Bruno Creek flood zone. The San Bruno Creek flood zone collects property taxes from residents within the city, as well as a small sliver of the Colma Creek watershed. Specific to the San Bruno Creek flood zone, it generates about $350,000 annually. This year, we've been very active working with the city and the county on creek-related issues that I'll describe. We'll be spending about $800,000 this year. And at the end of this fiscal year, we anticipate having a reserve of about $2.3 million. On the right now, you can see coming up the current FEMA flood map for the city of San Bruno. And the area that's circled in pink, let's say, is the area of San Bruno that's within the FEMA flood map. In that area of the city, if a property owner has a federally backed mortgage, then they're required to purchase flood insurance. And this was a big topic of discussion in 2017, 2018, and the FEMA maps became effective in 2019. There are multiple reasons that the Bel Air area of neighborhood and area of San Bruno is within the FEMA flood map. Those are 5 reasons that are listed there. That includes, according to modeled reasons, water coming from navigable slough down Shaw Road from South San Francisco. Water, I'm kind of going in a circular way, clockwise. Water coming up the creek in San Bruno Creek, the backflow effects from a tide gate. Water just coming from San Francisco Airport into the city of San Bruno. And south of the airport, there's a Highline Canal, which is quite far from that area, but according to the models, water that comes up Highline Canal, which separates Millbrae and SFO, would make its way into San Bruno. And then finally, the Cupid's Row Canal, whether there's enough capacity there. So we have to work on all 5 issues if we want to get people out of this FEMA flood map. Taking a little closer view at the Bel Air neighborhood, it's located along Highway 101 and Highway 380, and about the last mile, of the creek as it drains into the bay. And in that stretch, it's very complex jurisdictionally and technically, where you have the city, of course, the city of San Bruno jurisdiction. You have also county, unincorporated area, San Francisco International Airport, ownership of land, Caltrans right-of-way underneath 380 and Highway 101. And then as it drains to the bay, the city of South San Francisco is the jurisdiction of that area. And we own the tide gate at one shoreline, and we also have land rights where it says the Walnut Pump Station, that section north of San Bruno Avenue. As we look at as the work, that there's been a lot of work over the last 10 years, a lot of attention paid to this area. Here are 7 different studies by different agencies that have looked at this issue. And our job at One Shoreline as kind of a regional body, as I said, that thinks holistically, is to pull together these studies in a cogent way that makes sense, where we have one solution, one big solution that takes into account the data that has been gathered by multiple agencies, because this is a system and all aspects of the system relate to one another. So that's what we're trying to do. If we look at the work that was done, the near-term work that was done to reduce flooding in the Bel Air neighborhood, there was work done by One Shoreline that we worked with the county and city staff and the staff in Supervisor Pine's office to repair the tide gate. This is the title of our agenda item here. And these 2 pictures show a before and after of the tide gate. The picture at the top has the flap gate ajar, and 3 of the 4 flap gates were detached, and so water would flow freely in from the bay. And this was something that occurred, or they became attached in the fall of 2021, and undoubtedly that affected the flooding that happened in October 2021. We fixed those earlier this spring. Actually, sorry, not this spring, but the spring of 2022, after this circumstance was identified, and we all discussed why we think that made a big difference in the storms of the past 10 days or so. Another near-term activity that we've been working on is to repair and replace and provide backup electricity for the motors in the Walnut and Angus pump stations. These are immediately adjacent to the Bel Air neighborhood, and are very important resources to drain the water that's collected on the streets of Bel Air and pump it into San Bruno Creek so that it can efficiently make its way to the bay. And then finally, we're working with Caltrans, which, as I mentioned, has right-of-way under Highway 380 and Highway 101, to put a valve on their outfall to reduce the water that backs up from the creek into the outfall and then onto the Caltrans property under 380 and then onto 7th Avenue. And that whole cycle or movement of water also exacerbates the flooding there. So how do we know that or think that the tide gate made a difference? The work on the tide gate earlier this year. So the repair project, we believe, has made a difference. If you look at the images on the left, these are images from dry days, sunny days, and it's from January 3rd of 2022. The video is driving along 7th Avenue heading towards the city of South San Francisco, and the still images are just pictures from that day as well. There's a lot of water at 7th Avenue at the PG&E site, and then, of course, heading under Highway 380. You can see all that water. So that was in January, and then at the end of 2022, after the Tide Gate project was done, this is also during high tides, you see basically no water in that same area. And so we believe it's made quite a big difference. Now, when it rains and you have these storms, there's kind of a much more complicated mix of fresh water and tidal water. And so that's one of the things that we would be studying in the work that's upcoming. So we have a set of rain gauges throughout the county. This was mentioned earlier in Mr. Grogan's presentation. We have a set of gauges of rain and creek height, the water that's in creeks during storms. And we look at those gauges during these storms, any time of day, 24 hours a day. And depending on the circumstance of both the water in the channel and the rain that's coming towards the channel, we send out alerts. And the alerts go to city staff, and the alerts now in 2 watersheds, including San Bruno Creek, go to the public through SMC Alert. So I would echo the comments of Mr. Grogan and your Vice Mayor about the importance of SMC Alert, especially if you live or work near the Bel Air neighborhood, because that's where we've developed a polygon of the map where we will send out SMC alerts if it looks like San Bruno Creek will overtop or there will be substantial flooding within that neighborhood. It's kind of slow to come up. So here are what's called hydrographs of the creek events of October 24, 2021 and December 31, 2022. Essentially, we watch those things and worry about these things no matter what time of day we're looking at it so that you don't have to. And we watch these things and establish, okay, is there a peak flow going on and do we send out a message? But if you compare those 2 storms, in October 2021, there was more rain than in December 31 of 2022. But December 31 of 2022, that storm had a higher peak of water within the creek channel. And at the same time, it caused a little bit of less flooding, apparently, based on the information that we have. And I want to just pause there 1 second and encourage people, if they have pictures or videos from their property, or if they're in the neighborhood and they're seeing flooding, feel free to send it to us at One Shoreline. Because as we calibrate our flood alert system, and as we think about projects in the future, it's very helpful for us to understand where flooding occurred and at what time as we kind of develop those or refine those products. And so we believe that flooding was reduced due to 2 things. One is the pump stations were fully functioning in December of 31 of 2022 storm. All the pumps were online. There was electrical generator backup, all the things that I mentioned that we had been working on through 2022, as well as the tide had less influence because the tide gates were operable, fully operable. Okay, last slide. Long-term solutions. This is super important. So all of everything I just said is about the near-term how do we deal with the flooding today to the best of our collective ability? That is not going to get people out of the flood insurance program, and it's not going to address these issues long term. Long term, we need to look at those 5 sources of flooding and think about the FEMA maps and think about sea level rise and how that is going to further influence what we were seeing in the slide with the video of the drive from the car on 7th Avenue. And so for the long-term solution, we're embarking on a project. We will get it started in 2023. Regardless of what the federal government says to us about our grant application. We applied for $900,000. We had the support of San Bruno, South San Francisco, and others on that application, so we're hopeful. But regardless, we will get started on the project, and potential aspects of the project are a complete replacement of the tide gate. The repair that we made was to a facility that was established or built in the 1940s. It is now repaired. It is working much better than it was 15 months ago, but it's not a long-term solution for this area. So replacing the tide gate is important, but potentially building a new pump station at the tide gate to get water over the tide gate from the creek into the bay. Another idea is to replace these pump stations that right now we're constantly trying to repair. Those pump stations were built in the 1960s, and they are not up to the task of these atmospheric rivers. Another project idea is to elevate the bay shoreline between San Bruno Creek and Colma Creek, and because it's all kind of connected with the sea level rise issue. And then finally, to build 1 or more stormwater detention basins adjacent to the creek, whether that's far upstream near Highway 280, perhaps in the park right here at this, right next to where we're talking right now, or much farther downstream as San Bruno Creek goes along the Bel Air neighborhood. So these are some of the project ideas that we're going to get started on doing some planning and project alternative analysis with consultants in the next 12 months. And that concludes the presentation. I and McKenna and Supervisor Pine would be glad to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that information. I think it's extremely helpful, and I don't know that, as we've talked before, and I appreciate your time, that folks know those things that are occurring and have occurred. And so thank you for that. With that, I'd like to ask my colleagues if there are any questions that they have at this time. Yep, yes. Sorry, get used to this. First, welcome again. Happy New Year. And may I please call upon Councilmember Alvarez.
Thank you for your very informative presentation. Just reading on your website, and you also mentioned that you have identified 3 solutions, which are replacing the pump station. I know that we have had problems whenever we have heavy rains like this along 7th Avenue, which was built in the 1960s on that pump station. When do you anticipate to start the project that you identified?
Yeah, thank you for that question.
Thank you.
So I guess what I would say is the project would start with understanding what those 7 other studies said and pulling them together into a cohesive plan, okay? And so the project starts with planning and collecting data so that we fully understand the interaction between the creek, the storm drain system for that neighborhood, the tides, and water that's coming in potentially from South San Francisco and also from Millbrae, if in fact it is. So we need to understand what we're looking at, and that's what we would start in 2023, is to gain that understanding and using those previous studies as an important baseline. And then we would start a process of a CEQA document so that we make public alternatives and get feedback from the public and from environmental regulatory agencies to understand, okay, what is a preferred project that we can actually move forward on. At the same time, we're doing a CEQA document and we would do design of a preferred project. And the CEQA document and the design process would go hand in hand. That would take a couple years. And during that time, we would seek outside funding. One of the reasons One Shoreline was created, established in 2020, as Supervisor Pine mentioned, is to be able to attract external funding in a way that maybe we otherwise couldn't because we're working together as cities and One Shoreline and the county. And so during that process of CEQA and design, we try to attract especially federal money. And with all of these storms, there is new federal disaster declarations, which means there's new money for these kinds of projects. So I can't give a specific timeline. All I can say is commit to is that we're going to start on that process this year.
Thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions from colleagues? Oh, I'm sorry, I apologize. Didn't, I was looking straight ahead. City Manager.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. I just want to also say that we've talked to One Shoreline, and one of the commitments that we have together is that we'd like to hold a neighborhood meeting specifically on this issue. A lot of things were discussed tonight, and a lot of work is going on for a permanent fix, but we know not everyone in that community knows about that, as well as people's property is being flooded in. I was out there in the middle of the storm, and I think having a meeting specifically on this topic is appropriate, and we've talked to One Shoreline about that, and we will be partnering to hold a meeting in San Bruno, specifically with our community that's affected by this flooding, both to let them know of the work that's going on, as well as to seek their ideas. And so know that that will happen, and you and the community will see information about scheduling of that meeting as soon as we can get it together.
Thank you for alerting us and the community to that, and of course, having available for languages as well would be, thank you. And I think it's important to realize too, with the flood in FEMA, the city really also went to bat in the appeal process and really worked diligently. Jimmy Tan was here then, and the city staff to try to mitigate and, shall we say, shrink the size of who is required, was mandated to have the flood insurance. So I do want to recall and remind the community and staff worked extremely hard. But as we know, trying to deal with the federal government, what we think is right and what they think are right might be.
I do not have any in-person speaker cards, but we do have one remote hand raised. Robert Riegel, I will be bringing you in. Whenever you're ready, you may begin.
I just have one question. Is there any need in this scheduling of activities to dredge San Bruno Creek all the way from the tie gates back to San Antonio, Huntington area to increase the capacity that the creek could hold when there's excess water?
So would you like me to?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Please.
That's a great question that we are looking at right now. The actual channel of the creek seems to be able to hold the water that's in the channel from just downstream of the Cupid's Row area to the Highway 380. But part of our analysis that I mentioned to Councilwoman Alvarez would be, is the capacity of the channel sufficient? We know that upstream of there, let's see, near the ball fields all the way to the train tracks by Cupid's Row, we know that stretch does not have sufficient capacity. And there had been annual maintenance to remove the vegetation that obstructed the flow there previously. We also know that in 2022, that maintenance was not allowed due to environmental concerns. We're definitely hoping and planning that we come in there in 2023 and do that vegetation removal, because it should be done. So I guess I would, in summary, for Mr. Reichel's question, I would say that is a very astute question, one that we're evaluating, and we're looking for opportunities to increase channel capacity. It's not practical to just go in there and dredge the whole channel. There are multiple landowners, as I mentioned, San Francisco Airport being one, Caltrans being another, and there are endangered species in that stretch and regulatory permits associated with that, and so it's complicated, but we're certainly looking at whether this emergency declaration by Mr. Grogan and the county enables us to do some things that otherwise might be more difficult to do. So stay tuned on that one, I guess.
Thank you. Any other questions?
No other hands are raised.
And thank you for bringing that up and being very candid, which is there's a lot of owners, there's a lot of bureaucracy and trying to get everybody on the same page, but taking opportunities that unfortunately have been placed before us. Appreciate you looking into that and coming up with some ideas. With that, I want to thank you very much for the presentation, both of you for being here, and thank you very much for your time this evening and being with us, and wish you safe travels home.
Thank you.
Have a good rest of your evening. Now we'll move on to item 6, consent calendar. All items are considered routine or implemented by an earlier council action and may be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion unless requested. There will be a single public comment period for all these items in this section unless requested by a council member for a separate vote. With that, are there any items under consent that a colleague would like to pull for a separate vote? Any colleagues wish to have an item so it can have discussion and or a question? Council member? Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Which item?
Line item F,
Okay.
please, for clarification.
Sure. All right, so I have F. Is there any other items? Seeing, hearing none. Okay, let's move on to item F. Adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement with True North Compliance, Inc. in the amount not to exceed $285,000 and West Coast Code Consultants, Inc. in an amount not to exceed $450,000 to perform off-site building permit plan review services. Councilmember Alvarez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to point out that it's important to understand the difference between plans reviewed in the City Hall. My question is, do we have consultants doing on-site plan review? If so, is that agreement included in the proposed resolution?
Assistant City Manager?
Hi. Yeah, Assistant City Manager Darcy Smith. I believe the question was about if the city has on-site plan review services. Yeah, by consultants. Yeah, so as part of this current fiscal year budget, the City Council did authorize the expenditure for that project, or those services as a new item. And the city just recently executed those agreements with 2 different consulting firms and anticipates offering those services on site in the coming weeks
Okay, thank you.
by appointment only at City Hall. And we'll be providing that information on our website and an online scheduling tool too.
Thank you. Last question. Per staff report, True North has not been involved with ongoing projects and therefore has allowed the current budget cycle, and the same with the WC3 for the agreement that is requested to be executed.
So it won't be outside the current budget cycle because a budget amendment was approved by the City Council as part of the quarterly budget amendment, which was approved on November 8th for the authorization of these 2 consultant agreements through separate expenditure and revenue accounts that were set up as part of that budget amendment, which the City Council reviewed and approved back in November.
Thank you.
And that's only through the end of this fiscal year, so only through June 30th of this year. For approval before the end of the fiscal year,
Just as a follow-up to that, we would also do what we normally do at the end of the year, is that if there are unspent funds from a contract that we intend to utilize, we would encumber those funds and roll them over to the next year. That way you might see the expenditure fund of some of these funds in next fiscal year, but know that they will not be double budgeted. We would essentially capture any unspent money and roll them forward, and then that would decrease the amount that we request in next year's budget.
some of these questions, but since the topic is on, I was wondering, is it typical for us to call out in a contract which funding source we're using to pay for it? It seemed like an unusually, because of the fact that we said we were pulling from a certain fund, it could put contracts in jeopardy. So I'm wondering, is that typical? I mean, we never see the contract, so I wouldn't know what's included in them or not, but it seemed unusual to me that that piece of information was part of the contract.
Is really a result of the prior conversations that we had with the city council. If you remember, what we were doing before is we would do our normal procurement process where we would get requests for that contract. What we wanted to do was change that process, and depending on the nature of the service, the funding source is different. For example, not the contracts we're talking about, have a developer that is into that one reimbursement agreement. And so they're not getting that expedited service, but they're getting that normal service. However, in our normal capacity, we don't be paid for by those normal planning fees that you establish each year and that are in our fee schedule. And so in order so we can actually, where you have a developer coming in and saying, we will pay for expedited service, we know that that will cost more, and what structure, what vendors were providing what service and which bucket they were.
A funding source identified in them? Or is it just because we're talking about the reimbursable, or an account that does have reimbursable portion?
Right. So exactly where we're funding it from, but we were very clear in the materials that we provided to council where the funding source would come from. But again, for our development-related kind items, whether that's a reimbursement account or whether they are paying our normal fees.
Okay, so they're special. Okay.
Are going to be shared with the public for minutes. Just wanted to make sure that was happening, because it's not on the agenda, and I did submit some questions. They were answered, clarifications.
Our practice is, and has been for a while, that people can go to the website and see those questions that we do submit. So some of us are, just so everybody knows, so we're reading the packet. We've been asked to get questions. Staff does their due diligence to get back to us prior to tonight's meeting, but they're also posted for people to review as well.
I did skim through the responses that were provided, and I had one follow-up question. So there were $2 million contracts that were referenced in the staff, so those funds become no longer encumbered and they're available for the rest of the.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. To comment on any of the consent items A through G.
I do not have any speaker cards and no remote hands are raised.
Thank you. Then I'll bring it back to the council. All votes. So any action by council on consent?
Through the chair,
Yes, Ms. Costello.
I will make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
I'll second. Or
I second.
Thanks, Marty. Motion by Salazar, second by Alvarez. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Alvarez? Yes.
Yes. Motion passes 5-0. With that, thank you, everyone. We'll move on to item 7, which is a public hearing.
Item 7A, appeal of the Planning Commission decision to approve an architectural review permit and a use permit to allow a residential addition to 1261 Claremont Drive.
And first, before we turn it over to the director, I'd like to ask the city manager if you could, please.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Javon Grogan, City Manager again. It is my pleasure to introduce a new gentleman to our community that will provide this presentation, a gentleman by the name of Peter Gilley. He is our new Community and Economic Development Director. This is his very first council meeting. He started with the city on January 3rd, but he spent almost his entire day in our Emergency Operations Center and did stuff other than planning and development for the first few days. So it was a wonderful trial by fire. Mr. Gilley comes to us having been the Community Development Director in the city of Ventura, having also worked in Thousand Oaks, but also know that he has significant Bay Area experience, having worked prior in the city of Mountain View as well as Cupertino. And so without further ado, Mr. Gilley has, in short amount of time, worked with staff and came up to speed enough that he wanted to do tonight's presentation. And so we will turn it over to Peter Gilley.
Mr. Gilly, I apologize. For folks in the audience, if you wish to speak on this topic, and there will be public comment, the speaker cards that you have, if you bring them up over here to where the city clerk is, that would be appreciated. And with that, I'm sorry, Mr. Gilly, please proceed.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. As was stated, I'm Peter Gilly. I'm the new director of the Community and Economic Development Department. Very happy to be here. And with me is Michael Laughlin, the Planning and Housing Manager, who is going to be my backup on some technical questions that if you end up having them. The agenda item tonight is a public hearing of an appeal of a Planning Commission decision to approve a residential addition at 1261 Claremont Drive. This is how this agenda item will be organized. We'll have the staff presentation, and then the council can ask questions of staff. We'll have the appellant and then the applicant. Both have time for presentations. There will be a public comment period, and then the council will have the chance to ask additional questions and then go into the deliberations. The council action may include a variety of options, many of which are listed in the staff report. You could approve the project, effectively turning down the appeal. You can deny the project, effectively granting the appeal. You can also continue the item and request additional information, or you can provide direction on modifications you want to see, and you can refer that back to the Planning Commission. So there's a variety of options for the council. The objective of this agenda item, this hearing, is to hold the public hearing and receive information on the item so that you can make a final decision on the appeal of the Planning Commission's approval. So I will go through some highlights of the background. There is a lot more information in the staff report and the packet. If you have any questions on anything that I don't go over, please do ask them. The applicant is the property owner of the subject site. They are proposing a 1- and 2-story addition to an existing home that is shown on the slide. The location of the site is the corner of Claremont and Fairmont, and on the aerial photo showing the applicant's site outlined in orange. The appellant is the immediate neighbor, and that property is outlined in blue. And the scope of the project, the scope of the addition to the home, it triggers both an architectural review permit and a use permit, which is why it went to the Architectural Review Committee, or ARC, and it went to the Planning Commission. This slide shows the public hearings that the project went to. Prior to even going to public hearings, the application came in August of 2021, went through a round of staff review, and staff pointed out a number of conflicts with the design guidelines. The applicant then updated the plan. That update went to the ARC on November 4th of 2021. The ARC recommended more modifications to the project. It came back in January of 2022. At that point, it was sent on to the Planning Commission, who saw it in February of 2022, where there was a public hearing, there was a lot of discussion, and the Planning Commission asked that, or they continued the item and asked the applicant to provide shade studies, which are basically diagrams that show how the project is going to cast shadows, particularly on the neighboring property. The project then came back to the Planning Commission with those shade studies in March of 2022. At that time, the neighbor, who is now the appellant, also provided some concepts for how the design should be changed. The Planning Commission took all that information and recommended that the applicant do another redesign of the project to try to incorporate as many of the ideas that were discussed. And I have slides coming up that are going to show how the project has evolved. The applicant then updated the plans again, came back to the ARC in October, and then back to the Planning Commission in November, at the end of November. The Planning Commission looked at the redesign and did end up voting 5-1 to approve the project. At that point, the neighbor filed a timely appeal, and that appeals of the Planning Commission are brought to the City Council. And in their appeal documents, the appellant listed a number of concerns which we tried to provide a snapshot of on the screen and in the staff report. The applicant has made clear at the Planning Commission level and in the appeal that they believe there are opportunities to design the house in a different way that will reduce impacts on their property. And the appellant has a presentation and we'll go through those arguments. Now I'll go over some more details about the project and how we got to this point. We'll have some plans and images that I can come back to at any time if the council has questions on them. This is just a street view of the home and the appellant's home as well. If you want to come back to this just to have this image up. This is that same snapshot of the existing home, but also the view of the Planning Commission approved new home. So the existing home is a little under 1,900 square feet. It has an FAR of 0.32, and FAR is the floor area ratio. That is the sum of all of the areas of all the floors, including the garage, divided by the lot area. The maximum allowed FAR for this particular site based on our zoning is 0.55. The Planning Commission approved project is a little over 3,000 square feet of home. Again, that's including the garage, and a 0.53 FAR, so slightly under the maximum that's allowed. This is a site plan, so this is a bird's eye view of the site, again using the same color coding on the applicant's property and for easier reference. The lighter orange shading is the outline of the first floor, which is predominantly the existing home. The darker orange shows the second floor, which is all new. These are the building elevations of the proposed home. These elevations are two-dimensional views of the front, the rear, and the two sides. Again, we're showing this so that we can come back to it if the council wants to discuss them. We're going to be talking most about the north side. That is the side that faces the appellant's property. That elevation is in the bottom right-hand corner. The applicant also provided renderings of the project, which are three-dimensional views of what the project would look like. I just want to note it is very common in renderings that because it's a model out of a computer that they don't show the neighboring buildings. It was not done on purpose. That's just is the common approach. So the project actually complies with all the city's regulations, but because the project triggered needing to go through special review, it also needs to be found to meet our residential design guidelines. Now the guidelines are, as they are called, they are guidelines. They are not requirements that all need to be met, but they are a very useful guide for staff, applicants, and the Planning Commission in order to judge whether a residential addition should be approved. Just for context, the guidelines were adopted by council in 2010, and there's over 150 different guidelines in the document. So there are a lot of them. They're split up into 13 sections. I put a handful of the most relevant ones on the screen: neighborhood compatibility, architectural style, second floor treatment. The one that is the largest issue in this case is privacy and solar access, and that is the one that the appellant is raising and giving the most attention to. And two of them in particular, which the appellant has in their package, is on the screen, and that is the guideline calls for the project to minimize shadow and privacy impacts on adjacent properties. So through the 6 public hearings leading to this appeal, the ARC and Planning Commission reviewed the project for compliance with all of the design guidelines and spent arguably most of the time talking about topics that related to shade and privacy. The Planning Commission and ARC asked for a number of changes, and predominantly the major ones are listed on the screen. They're also in the written staff report. And they all go towards addressing the mass of the second floor, and that size and volume of the second floor is directly related to the shadow impacts that the project will have, as well as privacy impacts. I have slides with imagery that shows how what each one of these look like, but in general, the applicant has moved the second story further away from the property line with the appellant. That's item number 1. They've reduced the length of the second story that faces the property line of the appellant, and they've reduced the total height of the building itself as well. To address privacy, they've also taken out the second story deck, and they've modified the windows that are facing the appellant's property. So I'll go through and try to show what those changes look like and mean. On the proposed front elevation, so this is viewing it from the street, you'll see there's, on the left is the design that the Planning Commission saw in March. This is the project design that the Planning Commission asked to be redesigned and changed. The one on the right is what came back to the Planning Commission and was eventually approved. You'll see on both of them there's an orange line that is dashed. That is our daylight plane, which is a guideline. And it basically calls for, if you're going to have a taller building, basically the setback for the taller part of the building needs to be further away. Originally, the March 2022 design had the first and second floor basically going straight up. So that had the massing of the second floor very close to the neighbor, thus having more shadow impact. The revised plan pushes the second story back. The first story is still where it is because it's existing house, but the second story starts about an additional 4 feet in, and that meets our daylight plane guideline. Again, the applicant made that change at the direction of the Planning Commission. As I noted earlier, there's about a 2-foot reduction in the overall height of the house. The applicant has made the plate heights of the second floor, the plate heights being the ceiling height, pretty much as low as you can. It is at, I believe, 7 foot 9 inches, which for a new house is relatively low at the corners of the room. So from the front elevation, those are changes that were made. Then for the side elevation, again, on the left, that's the project that went to Planning Commission in March. On the right is the redesign. Clearly, the length of that second story in March was cut down. Approximately shown again in the orange dashed lines was the mass and the length of the second story back in March. It was cut back. So that again is going to reduce the shadow impacts on the neighbor. Talked already about the reduced height. You can see it on this angle as well. And then 2 other things to address privacy impacts. The plan used to have a second story deck that on the rear, that's taken out. And all of the windows now on this side are clear story windows, which are windows whose plate height or bottom of the window is about 5 feet 8 inches. The idea is it still gives light into the room. It could give air circulation. But if you're just standing in the room, you're not really going to have a view into your neighbor's yard. Again, these were things asked of the applicant by the Planning Commission to reduce the impacts on the appellant's property. So after seeing all of these changes, through the hearings, the Planning Commission ended up approving the project on a 5-1 vote. And the Planning Commission on these type of projects are required to make findings of approval. And there are some excerpts of some of those findings on the slide. They're all in the attached resolutions and also referenced in the staff report. But notably, the Planning Commission, in their judgment, found that the project as redesigned will not unreasonably restrict or interfere with light and air on the property or on other property in the neighborhood. That was the Planning Commission's way of saying, we do hear that the appellant has problems and would like more changes, but we do recognize the applicant has made changes, and the Planning Commission viewed that the impacts left on the appellant were not unreasonable. That was their findings, and it's important to note that doesn't mean the Planning Commission made a conclusion that there are no impacts. It's pretty much accepted and acknowledged that if you're going to have a 2-story home next to a 1-story home, there are going to be some shading impacts. The Planning Commission made the finding that because the guidelines were met and design changes have been made, that there won't be unreasonable impacts. The appellant will make the case for why the Planning Commission's conclusion was not right and why more changes should be made. This slide is a necessary slide for all land use entitlements under the California Environmental Quality Act. Every action made at a hearing needs to have a CEQA determination. This project, whether you approve it in this form, whether you approve it with modifications, or even if you turn the project down, it is exempt from CEQA review, which the Planning Commission agreed with. So moving into the conclusion, the recommendation for tonight is that the council hold the public hearing and adopt the resolution approving the permits that the applicant has asked for. This is effectively turning down the appeal, and this does align with the Planning Commission's action. As noted previously, there's the agenda for this item, and as I noted at the beginning, the actions available to council go beyond what is recommended. You are able to turn down the project, require more information, and have the project come back to council, or direct more changes happen with the option of sending it back to Planning Commission for a final action. So with that, that concludes staff's presentation, and we're available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. And at this time, are there any council questions on the staff's presentation, so specifically to the staff's presentation? Vice Mayor, is there any? Thank you. Just wanted to make sure. With that, what we are going to do is ask the appellant to please step forward for the presentation. We'll have 10 minutes. This is the time to utilize up to 10 minutes or not, but this will be the one time. So as the appellant steps forward, again, have up to 10 minutes and utilize it as you wish, but this will be the one time for your opportunity. And welcome this evening, and you let us know when you're ready. The city clerk will set the timer, and it will be, obviously you can see it, so I won't stop or interrupt you or give you a what do you want to call it, a 1 minute, unless you wish me to.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, council members and staff, for hearing this appeal. My name is Tyson Murphy. I'm the homeowner at 1251 Claremont, next door to the proposed site. Is there a... Okay. Okay. I can't read it on my glasses. Okay, let's jump right into it. Reasons for the appeal. The current design unreasonably restricts sun access and privacy to our yard at 12. I disagree with the interpretation from staff. The original design in March 2022 was rejected due to excessive shading, and it did not, the existing design did not result in the shading impact, yet it was approved by the Planning Commission anyway. Really, I'm seeking an alternative solution to this problem that's beneficial to both parties. Currently, I feel that we at 1251 Claremont are incurring the brunt of the sacrifice here. Here you have the, on the left, the snapshot of the design, and then the right in relation to our yard above it, and then the aerial photo. Our backyard is really more of a side yard. We don't have much room in the rear of the property. It's to the side, and it butts up to the shared property line with the proposed project. Our living room flows into the outdoor living space through large windows, and that's where we intake sunlight for daylighting and warmth. It was designed this way. And the major issue that threatens that is the second-story addition on the north wing, one closest to our house, that significantly and unreasonably shades our yard and outdoor living space. Additionally, privacy concerns. Those windows, they are able to see into our yard because they are windows. So we spend a lot of time in our yard. Our 9-year-old daughter plays in our yard. I have a significant concern with the privacy that we have to deal with here. So this is an image of our side backyard, taken from the rear of the property that shows all of our outdoor living space in relation to the project site there. It's very close proximity of their house on the right. And the morning sun that filters into our yard and into our home as designed will essentially be snuffed out by that very close second story on the north wing. Some interior photos to demonstrate how that sunlight coming into the backyard daylights into the home, provides that daylighting and the warmth. And this is really a critical functional element of the design of the home and the enjoyment of the home. There's a living room on the left, dining room on the right, and shared large windows to the outdoor living space. I want to get back to the proximity of the Lee's home next to us, how close it really is. You can see in the middle photo, there's the shared property line fence, and it's only a 4-foot side setback. And you can see the one on the right, there's our yard, and their house, even as a 1-story, is already right on top of our yard. And if you're going to build up from there, that's where the significant impacts occur. Okay, this was showed in the staff presentation, but the March 2022 design on the left with no daylight plane was rejected due to excessive shading, and in the new design on the right. So the biggest issue with the shading is the top portion, the roof pitch. You can see it's 17 feet 3 inches from the property line on the original design on the left. And then that was moved over only 2 feet to 19.4 by the daylight plane. So that shadow, only moved over 2 feet, it doesn't make a big impact. Additionally, their house sits on a higher elevation than our house. The street is an upward slope going from our house to their house, and the shadows cast are even longer in length than normal. So this is just to show that, to make the comparison between the two designs. And then this is, on the right, these are shadow diagrams from the architect showing that, you know, the top left is the original design, and the top right is, you can see the second floor pitch shadow goes down, and it's 44 feet 6 inches. The original design that was rejected for excessive shading casts a shadow in the winter at 12 p.m. of 44 feet 6 inches. The updated design at 12 p.m. winter casts a shadow length of 43 feet 2 inches. It's only a 16-inch difference, 3%. They were directed to minimize the shadow impacts, and the daylight plane implementation, this proves, did not accomplish that. But somehow the Planning Commission approved it anyway. 16 inches on a 44-foot shadow, that's a 3% difference. That is negligible. That is, you know, almost nothing. And then as they were directed to minimize the shadow impacts per the language of the design guidelines, 3.13.1, minimize shadow impacts on adjacent properties. Design second floor volumes to minimize sun access to living spaces and actively use outdoor areas on adjacent homes. So they did not minimize the shadow impacts with the daylight plane implementation, is my point here. Also, going back to the privacy concerns, that conflicts with the other daylight plane. Minimize privacy intrusion on adjacent residences. So I don't think they've accomplished either of these. And then I want to say the staff made a reference to a sketch that we provided from the original design that they say that they've basically followed with their new design. That was before we saw the daylight plane of the design we saw the shadow study with the design of the daylight plane implementation. Before we knew the daylight plane implementation did not reduce the shading. So once I saw that, everything changed. So I have demonstrated to you that, you know, the daylight plane implementation did not minimize the shadow impacts to our property. At no point during the architectural review or the Planning Commission meetings did the project architect demonstrate that this new design did not quantify that it actually did improve the shading impact. I compared the old design and the new design. He has never done that. He has never proved to anyone, the Planning Commission, that there is an actual improvement in the shading impact in this design compared to the old design, that he actually minimized the shadow impact. I've never seen that. And at the last Planning Commission call, I asked him to do that. He didn't do it. The planning commissioners didn't ask him to do that. In fact, they didn't ask him a single direct question, which I couldn't believe based on the new information. So one major concern that I have is that every set of architectural plans throughout this whole process has had inaccuracies and flaws in them from the very beginning. And I was told by staff that they do not have an independent process of verification for the validity and accuracy of the information provided to them by the architect. There is no verification. And they are basing their analysis on this information from the architect and then submitting the recommendations accordingly to the Planning Commission. This is a huge issue. For the March 2022 Planning Commission meeting, I brought to the attention of the Planning Department staff multiple errors and flaws in that set of plans. I hired 2 independent architects to review the plans. Examples include measurement between the houses were inaccurate. That's important to the shadow study. And the evaluation, the orientation of the shadow study.
Sir, I so much apologize. It has been 10 minutes. I'm going to give you 30 seconds, which I'll do as well to the other side. But if you could.
Well, could I have the
Seconds.
presentation back up? Okay. So the solution that I want to propose that would be a shared sacrifice is, you can see in blue there that you confine the second-story addition to the southeast wing. It is perpendicular to the path of the sun, where the north wing is parallel. That's why it blocks so much sun. The perpendicular will have less impact on us, and we don't expect 0 impact. We just don't agree with, there's too much impact now. He has room on 3 sides of the house there to expand the first story. He can get, maintain the desired square footage. They can reduce the visual impact for the neighborhood by reducing the amount of the second story mass, and mitigate the shadow impact and privacy concerns for us at 1251 Claremont.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you for your time and your information that you provided to us. With that, I'm going to move to the applicant's presentation. Step forward. Just so you'll have the laptop that you can reference or set it on your clock, but you will have 10 minutes, but obviously, to be fair, you'll have 10 minutes and 30 seconds by my ruling, but I want to be fair and equitable to everybody.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah. And you tell me if you wish a minute warning or if you don't.
Yeah, actually, give me, once it gets to around 6 minutes, give me a warning. The homeowners would like to speak a little bit too.
So you want to add a 6-minute, you want to know?
Yeah, I'm gonna
And
keep this as brief as I
You might want to bring the person
can.
up because it'll be within the 10 minutes. So even though you're pausing and the person's coming. that
There's
time-
some walking time.
Yeah, so I
Copy
just
that.
want you to understand that you might want to bring them up closer.
Okay.
So that you don't want to waste time on somebody walking up.
Copy
So
that.
I'm just trying to look out for everybody. Okay, and City Clerk, would you help be mindful of that? It's a 6-minute mark that he wishes to know. And you tell us when you're ready and the time will begin.
Okay, cool. Sounds good. The only thing I just want to make sure is that the slides work. Can we throw those up real quick before we start the timer?
We'll get the president up there.
Let me make sure I can actually go forward and back. Okay. Okay, looks like it's working. Okay, I'm ready whenever you guys are.
Good?
Yeah, I'm ready. Let's go.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you, everybody. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. There was quite a lot of accusations, and I'm going to try to answer as most of those as I can. But I guess before I get into that, let me just quickly answer the first one. We did our best to mitigate the shading and everything that 1251 says that we were impacting. So I'm going to click. And as you can see in the red, that's basically the original design. The red was what was deleted from the design. And that includes the deck and also the north side. And on top of that, we thought in good faith that we would also remove the room 2 so that it would allow them a better view from their bedroom. And so we removed that too. And so that's what's in the green. And so what ended up happening is we also were at a commission meeting where they presented us with a design that placed more weight at the south of the building, and that's what we also did. And that's how we ended up with the current design. So this is gonna just illustrate that a little bit better so that we're all clear. So the dotted lines is what was deleted from the original, and then also the green line is what was added. So one more time. So all of that was removed right there in the red. That's been shaded. as well as we changed the size of those windows. And over here, we're going to show that again of the total amount that was removed. And the room that was removed was right there. So we were hoping that by removing that, it would make everything a little bit better. But we're here now. So, all right. So this brings us to the main points that Tyson made. And I think his presentation, the majority of it, focused on the shadows and how it impacts his backyard. We've tried to explain it to him multiple times in Zoom meetings privately, as well as during the commission meetings. So I would like to illustrate this one more time very clearly. So as you can see in the red, that is the first level of the house. That red is the existing shade of the house. The first 3 slides that you see is in the summertime, and that green portion is actually the shade that's caused by the second floor. So during the summertime, I don't think there's any issues. As you can see, once it hits noon, there is really nothing on Tyson's property. So Equinox is on the next 3 slides. So as you can see, the red there is basically what the existing house shadow is casting. And so there's some pink hatch lines as well as the green. That is the shadow that will be added onto the existing shadow at 9 a.m. But once it hits 12 o'clock, the shadow will recede, and it will, as you can see, it goes where the red is the existing, and the green is the second floor. And I'd like to make a note that in the photos and everything, the green shadow isn't in their main backyard area. So by 12 o'clock, the shadow's already moved aside. And then by 3 o'clock, all shadow is off their property. And I think one of the major contentions was actually during winter time. So we ended up doing a few more sun studies to illustrate, or so they have a better view of all this. So for 9 a.m., it's all the shadow that's cast is actually by the first level. So there isn't really any second floor level shadow casted. So on the second slide, that little bit of green, and then that's already, I believe, at 10 o'clock. It's rotated out. And as you can see, none of it's really hitting their backyard. And I think one of the things that Tyson said, that the information that I'm providing is not accurate or potentially not accurate. And I'd like to make it very clear that on the staff report on page 135, I actually show all the calculations of how I did the length in a triangle, showing how the shade lengths are done. And all that information can be compared to on online solar calculators.
Just so you're seeing the time.
Okay, copy that. Okay, well, okay, one more minute, and then all right, what else we got? No. Let me make sure I got everything. Okay. Well, so I'll move away from the shadows, and let's just talk about the house. And so the way that the properties are laid out, I wanted to illustrate on this slide that there's a lot of foliage everywhere. As you can see in the red arrow, that's a pretty large set of foliage. So a lot of the shadows do come from there once we get past the noon. So let me show you. Again, this is their backyard. Those trees and everything cast quite a bit of shadows. So I just want to make sure that everybody understands that the project site itself is prone to shadows. And the purpose of all those other slides was just to show that the shadows actually created by the second floor isn't that large, as shown in the green. But yeah, that's all I got. Yeah, I should talk. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Kevin. I'm the owner of 1261 Claremont. I'll start my course. So, hello, Honor. I just want to say that it's nice to actually have a chance in person to get to meet our mayor, vice mayor, council members, city manager, and assistant manager. I think Peter, and nice to finally meet you, Michael. Thank you all in advance for your time. Our neighbor Tyson Murphy has a right to state how he feels about the subject. I respect his right, but certainly don't discount all the actual efforts and resources we put into this project, this house, for the past more than 1 year. All the efforts to get the approval of the house, and definitely feel free to ask Brian and I any questions through any of those pages. I would definitely want to answer you guys if you guys have any questions. And I'm just going to end it there and pass it on to my wife. Thank you.
Good evening, council members and staff. Thank you for your time. So we've been living in San Bruno since 2013, and when I was pregnant in 2020, we decided to look for a house since we were going to have a baby. So in 2021, we were really lucky to find 1261 Claremont. Out of all the competition, you know, we were able to purchase this fixer-upper, and we were hoping to move in by Christmas of last year. But now our son is 2.5 almost, and we're still living in a one-bedroom condo just at Shelter Creek, a few blocks away. And you know, it's really difficult to have a 2.5-year-old in a one-bedroom condo, and there's nowhere for him to run, especially in the winter when it's like raining almost every day. So, you know, it's very frustrating to see that our property is sitting empty just a few blocks away because of some shadows preventing us from moving in. And I mean, I don't want to repeat what the architects said and planning commissions. They've been through this, you know, many, many times. And I just really hope that we can move forward with our life, because I was planning to have another baby, but you know, this whole setback, I don't know what's going on. So yeah, so please, I hope we can continue with our remodel and finally get to enjoy our home. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there any time remaining, clerk?
A little under 2 minutes left.
Is there any final comments? This is the one opportunity? No? We're all good? Okay. Then I've been told by the applicant that their presentation has concluded. Therefore, both presentations have concluded. This is the last opportunity for those here in the audience to put forward any speaker cards, but now we'll turn it over to any public comments. City Clerk will read your name. Please step forward to the podium, and you will have up to 3 minutes. And City Clerk will be keeping time. Thank you.
Give me 1 moment. Let me just reset the timer. Okay, I have 4 in-person speaker cards. I will be calling in John McLaughlin, as well as Joanne McLaughlin. Next one is S. Baum, and the 4th is Terrence Lee.
Thank you. I'm live. Mr. Mayor and council members, thank you for hearing me. I'm here to speak in support of the Murphys and seek changes that will address their legitimate concerns. By way of background, I knew the prior owner. I've known him for over 50 years. And I remember him telling me how delighted he was to sell the place, which had been continuously occupied before he sold it for a number of years. So it was not a teardown. But he was delighted because the purchaser needed to make a 1031 exchange for tax purposes. So he was quite happy with the price he got and quite happy to be moving on from the house. But I'd like each of you to take a minute and sit in the place of the Murphys. You've already heard from the applicant about their situation in their small apartment, but you need to appreciate how things look from the Murphys' home. You've just purchased the home of your dreams, looking forward to living in San Bruno, your daughter playing in the backyard. Virtually by accident, you learn a massive expansion of the house next door is going through the approval process. You didn't receive the notice. You speak up, examine, and find the applicant's package is peppered with errors and omissions. A chart was shown up there of these various meetings. Those little boxes really don't do those meetings justice. You could spend a couple hours on each of those meetings dissecting them, and dissecting the issues that came up and the errors that came up, sometimes found by staff, quite often found by the Murphys or by the architects that they'd retained. And a lot of those were identified, a lot of those were corrected. You speak up, you examine, you find the applicant's package is peppered with errors and omissions and will damage you. And I think Tyson Murphy has made it very clear how he feels that will damage him. Back the package goes, only to return with some errors corrected, some created, new ones, and evidence of the potential damage to your quiet enjoyment of your home. In the meantime, you've incurred significant costs to bring forward correct information. You become optimistic when the commission conveys an expectation that the applicant meet with you and develop an agreeable path forward. You become frustrated over the lack of responsiveness to your essential concerns. Back the package goes through the architectural review, sent forward to the commission with a "we've done all we can do" comment, and approved. One thing is missing. The essential concerns of the Murphys were not addressed. To be accurate, many changes were made to the design. It does look better than the first try. If the first try had looked like this, and the applicant had been willing to actually work with the Murphys, I'd like to hope real progress could have been made to correct features damaging the Murphys' quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you for being mindful of the time. Appreciate it.
Good evening. I'm Joanne McLaughlin. We're at 1281 Claremont, so just a couple houses away. I'd just like to emphasize the residential guidelines, that when the city wrote up these guidelines, clearly their intent was to preserve sun access as much as possible. You know, if in your materials, there's the diagram showing the two-story house shading completely the one-story house next door. That's the situation that we're in, even though they have moved the house addition over a little bit. The net effect is it's still shading the house, even as the architect said, all morning. The mornings are being shaded. And this is an important time in your life. I mean, it's half the time, you know, that's till noon. That's a big part of your day. It's important. And just my question is, why do the Lees have the blessings of the city, of the Planning Commission, to diminish the Murphys' enjoyment of their house? I mean, why are their rights greater than the existing homeowner, the people that live there, in the one-story house? My other issue is that, yes, this has taken a long time, but you should have been at those meetings. The initial, trying to get it out right, project, they bought the house May 27th. They had this to the Planning Commission at August 19th. So they threw this together really fast. They didn't go out and measure. They just did Google Maps, you know, estimated how close it was to the fence. It was all guesstimating. And the neighborhood was very upset because it was so massive. It's just larger than any other house in our neighborhood. And it was very sloppy. And so that's why there was revision and revision and revision. But yet, even though that has all been done, and even though the architect is saying, oh, well, now, see, this is very little effect is coming from the second floor, you should have heard. I know that Tyson has photographs showing that in the morning, he is getting sun in the wintertime, even though the one-story house is there. It is coming through. So when the second story is built on, that's going to cause him to lose his sunshine in the morning. And, you know, we all miss the sunshine these days. We really, we want sunshine. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is S. Baum.
Sharon Baum, Claremont Drive. Mr. Mayor, council members, I've lived in this neighborhood for 60 years. I've seen a lot of things happen. I've seen houses rebuilt. I've seen houses added on. This house that is proposed at 1261, the Murphy's house, and I don't even know the Murphys. I don't know the Lees either. And the house behind 1261, they are literally going to be smothered by this addition. It's just way too big. It doesn't blend in with the neighborhood. It looks like a hotel because it's sitting out there on the corner. These houses, when they were built 65 plus years ago, they were all one-level ranch-style homes. This certainly doesn't blend in with the neighborhood at all where it's located. And I agree with the Murphys that it impedes on their privacy. It seems to be really close to the property lines. Perhaps the Lees should have had a little more foresight before they purchased this house if in the end they wanted such a big, big home. But it doesn't fit on that corner. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Terrence Lee.
Thank you, everybody. Actually, I'm not prepared to speak until the last minute. I believe science, and I still remember 40-something years ago, I came to San Bruno. I studied in Skyline College. And I went to San Jose State, come to San Bruno, San Francisco. I do encourage my son, Terry, to start a family in San Bruno, because this is the first city I come 40-something years ago. I have a question for Kevin. Are you building this house for profit? Are you doing this for development? He said, no. It's for the son, for the family. I love it. Good. Now, Mr. Murphy concerned about the tree. I love tree. One of the trees that I grow in San Francisco just blew up by the wind 2 days ago, 30-something years ago. First, I wonder how much Mr. Murphy knows about the tree. How old is the tree? What kind of tree is this? And then secondly, about the sunlight. If I'm Mr. Murphy, I'll be very kind to the neighborhood and tell them don't plant any tall tree next to the fence between the both houses for the privacy, for the sunlight, rather than keep fighting for something so minor, which only a few minutes in the wintertime. That's what I want to say, and hopefully everybody understand. For the young family who want to build a home in San Bruno, and I hope the city of San Bruno willing to accept the diverse of all different people, young people, old people. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
I have no other speaker cards and no remote hands are raised.
Okay, this is the last opportunity for anybody in the audience or anyone that is watching us via Zoom. So once we move forward, there will be no other public comments. City Clerk?
No other hands are raised.
All right, thank you, and seeing none here in the audience, to me that is sufficient. At this time, what we will do now is we will bring it back to the City Council for now their questions and/or deliberation, interaction? Colleagues? First, we'll go to Councilmember Salazar.
Before I say
apologize.
any comments, I did want to disclose relationships, as it was advised that we do, and I did want to say that I do know the McLaughlins. I've known them for a long time. I've worked closely with John on projects since the explosion. I also know Ms. Sharon Baum. We've served on a committee together to dole out the donations that were given as part of that donation. So I do know those parties. And so I just wanted to disclose that.
And I do, since we're being, and I will say I know the McLaughlins, and maybe it's because I've lived around town a long time. And for Mrs. Baum, I also know her. She's probably taught a lot of tiny tot folks at the recreation center where I worked. So now, but I have not talked to either of them in regards to this project. But I know you didn't hear me. I was saying, I remember for the tiny tot teacher at the rec center, and I was employed at the recreation, San Bruno Parks and Recreation, but I did not talk to either parties in regards to this project. Is there any other disclosures that wish to be made? Councilmember Medina.
Yes, I know Ms. Baum. I know Mr. McLaughlin from their service and from being in the neighborhood. I did take a phone call from Mr. Murphy regarding this project. I explained that I was there to listen. I did not express an opinion and said I was going to wait for this meeting to be able to listen to what each side had to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for starting that, Mr. Salazar. All right, with that, we will go to, again, questions and deliberations. Questions from council members.
I'm sorry, through the mayor.
I'm sorry, I couldn't
sorry.
see you, but thank you. Vice Mayor.
No, it's fine. I know it's difficult to see the so many screens when someone's on the screen, so I appreciate it. I just wanted to disclose that Mr. Murphy did contact me by phone as well to express his concerns. I had not met Mr. Murphy previously to the short phone call we had yesterday, and all the information presented was information that was already available in the packet and presented to us tonight. I did not ask any questions and deferred that to tonight. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, now back to colleagues.
Through the mayor, may I make an announcement? If someone is logged in to Zoom, if you could disconnect the microphone feature, because I believe that there is a echo due to that.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Are we going to go ahead and proceed? Okay, thank you. So again, council, this is your time for the questions and deliberations. Colleagues? Councilmember Salazar.
I guess I'll start. So it is unfortunate that we're at this point. It's always nice when neighbors can find a mutual arrangement up front, and it doesn't have to come to this. But I also realize that San Bruno is completely built out, and every project that comes before the Planning Commission is probably going to be a second floor addition, and it's almost impossible to do one of those without having some sort of impact. So it is, I understand it's a sensitive situation, and there are, people making investments with expectation that they can do things. We've set out guidelines as a city that permit certain things, and those guidelines don't necessarily have every potential impact played out, and so that there are situations that could be disadvantageous. There was a proposal that that Mr. Murphy suggested that could potentially minimize the shadowing even further. And so my question to staff first is, were those modifications proposed and reviewed by the Planning Commission, and could something like that be accomplished with minimal impact to the project cost?
Please go ahead, and you're welcome to stay up there too, just in case there are questions. Please. Yes.
Okay, there we go. Yes, the mic's on. Thank you, Councilmember. The diagram that the appellant showed with the image, we believe is new, but the idea of rearranging the where the addition is being put is something that was raised at prior meetings. That would be pretty much a complete redesign. It is not completely outside the realm of possibility, but there's certainly added time and cost to the applicant.
All right. Mr. Salazar has concluded. Other questions from colleagues?
Through the mayor?
Vice Mayor Hamilton?
Thank you. So, Councilmember Salazar is correct. This is unfortunate to have to come here because, you know, regardless of the decision made tonight, you know, there's going to be severe disappointment on one side. So it's unfortunate, but this is that's come to this. So, you know, through the initial staff report and then the two presentations, we're getting a lot of conflicting information about the shading, about what the actual impact is, and it's the presentation that we received from the applicant, seemed to demonstrate that there's already a lot of shading as it is right now, even without any addition, and the additional shade that will be provided there. Has staff analyzed that and to verify that the accuracy of that?
Mr. Vice Mayor, we have looked at the data, we've looked at the diagrams. We have not looked into the math and the engineering and calculations involved, but the results do appear to be what we would think they would be. Looking into these type of shade and shadow studies are not actually an application requirement, and thus this was kind of an extra ask of the Planning Commission, and it's not something that we have the capacity to truly go out and verify unless we were to hire a consultant to peer review that work.
Understood. And then I'm sorry.
You know, Vice Mayor, I know the remote makes it a pause here. Can you just mind holding the city manager had wanted to add something?
Certainly.
Thank you, city manager.
I just wanted to note that in the appellant's presentation, there was a picture of what the shading is today, which did align very much to the data that was presented by the applicant, showing that today, without the addition, there is a lot of shading just from the existing first story in the winter at approximately 9 a.m. And so the council member or vice mayor mentioned that there appeared to be a incongruence in some of the data, but in what we saw today from both the appellant and the applicant, I think there was congruence that there is significant shading during the winter on most of the side/rear yard at around 9 a.m. And so that's just with one story. Yes, it will be slightly increased, but from the picture that I think we all saw, there's significant shading already.
Thank you, city manager. Thank you for pausing. Vice Mayor, please go ahead.
Sure. And then the other concern regarding privacy, in the appellant's presentation, not a lot of time was spent there, except to say that a window, it was basically that a window is a window. In my time on the planning commission, I served on the planning commission before joining the city council. It was a fairly common practice in these situations where you've got a a two-story addition going up next to a one-story neighbor to do these clerestory windows with the high sill, meaning that through the normal, usage of a room, unless you're tall and or deliberately looking up out the window, you're not going to be gazing down into your neighbor's yard. And this is a fairly common mitigation that we've seen on these additions. Councilman Salazar was correct. Whenever you're doing a two-story addition next to a one-story home, there's going to be impacts. And I would have liked to have seen a little more, I guess, opinion or evidence on the privacy impact after the change of the windows. I guess that's it for me for now. Thank you.
Other questions or comments? Councilmember Alvarez, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to add that I agree with the city manager. I believe that the applicant has presented their case very well. With regards to the orientation of the sun compared to the summer season and winter, the orientation of the sun is basically in between. That's why on the presentation of the applicant basically shows very little shadow. So I don't see any big impact on the shadowing issue for the proposed addition. When it comes to the privacy, I think the applicant had met that, all the requests from the appellant just to, give the height a little bit higher. And also, based on what Vice Mayor Hamilton mentioned, that unless you're tall and your intention is to look down, I don't think it would be an issue on the privacy matter. With one addition, we have a regular window that basically anybody can look at and through the neighbor, and we don't see that being an issue as for privacy issue because it's an eye level, a height level of an individual. So I don't see any issue when it comes to the privacy either, based on the applicant's presentation. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Medina.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think my colleagues covered a lot of the concerns and the reality that when somebody's building a second-story addition, and I can tell you from personal experience, it's happening at my house right now. The applicant is, they're building the house, and as I look up, I'm like, wow, that didn't look like that on the plans, and I could understand that because property owners have rights to have a second story. We have the guidelines that attempt to create more of a acceptable level. And the key words that I'm looking at here are minimize and reduce setback, and has met the daylight plane guideline. And that's what I'm feeling is probably one of the most important things here is this is our guideline. So my question would be to staff, and also to explain to the public, this is the first time in 7 years that I've sat in on an appeal of a property. It doesn't happen very often. So reducing compared to minimizing. Minimizing is a really, really strong word. But legally, I would like to hear from our city attorney about those words, because I believe that the attempt to reduce, and someone could say to minimize, has been made. Now, if it was possible to move the house a little further over during the second round, that would have probably been optimum. I understand the idea about the windows as well, because looking out of my bedroom window, I can see there's a window on the house that's next door. But houses need to have windows, and it's just something to be aware of, and it's more of a reality. So I think I've just wanted to bounce to the legal side of things to make sure those are covered, and that the effort has been made by meeting the guideline, which wasn't met before, and the accuracy, because it's kind of I agree with the Vice Mayor said, we heard kind of two different things, that it barely reduced it, but hearing from the applicant that the shade's are already there. So just 1 second. So let's see how that goes, if you don't mind, Mr. Mayor.
No.
Tricia Ortiz, City Attorney. So I will probably kick it back over to staff to discuss the guidelines, but I think what you're talking about were the guidelines, which aren't necessarily the legal parameters. The legal parameters are when we look at approving the project, which is you have to be able to make the findings that are in your code, and those are the findings that have all been laid out in the staff report as well as the resolution. So I think the guidelines, it's probably more appropriate for staff to talk about how they view the guidelines, because as they were saying, they're not hard and fast rules. They are just what they say they are, which is guidelines. And you look to, okay, factually, how do we apply these guidelines? What's the practice and things like that?
Yeah, it's minimizing and reducing. They're both going to the same way. It doesn't say come up again, but if
respond further.
Yes, I have noted that when you do a second story, you are going to have impacts, and so if the intent of the guidelines were to minimize to zero, then there would be these number of guidelines suggesting wholesale avoidance. One is you have a two-story wall and you have an offset on it. The other is the daylight plane. One of the statements of the appellant is the daylight plane isn't doing enough. The daylight plane reflects what the council in 2010 said was enough. It's a big document, and as I said, there's a number of guidelines, and you really have to take a look at the whole package altogether, knowing that perfectly meeting every guideline is probably never going to happen. But are you meeting the intent? Are you doing as much as what a did?
No, you answered the question. I mean, thank you.
Thank you. I think my colleagues had asked most of the questions, and that was about the shadowing. And there was two topics that came up, Mr. Murphy, was the shadowing and the privacy. And a lot of time was spent on the shadowing, and I know that there is going to be an effect. It's, as was stated earlier, a one-story and a two-story, there's an effect and it's trying to minimize it. It's not going to ever eliminate. And I think in my time here, I'm trying to think of and also an appeal that's come forward. I share Mr. Murphy's concerns because moving may not be an option, and building is. And I do know I know that those things do occur. What I do think to try to meet somewhere, but in which that. I do appreciate more making a statement than I didn't have any questions. There are no more questions from council. Councilmember Salazar?
Yes. So there was an initial design that was rejected by the Planning Commission, and then a subsequent one. And what was the measurement that made the difference for the Planning Commission? What did they see?
One thing. I think it was a combination of items, and when you take together pushing the second story wall further away from the neighbor and meeting the daylight plane, bringing the height down a little bit, and shortening the length of that second story. I think the Planning Commission looked at, well, you know, there really isn't much more to do other than prescribe that the second story has to be in a certain place, which I believe our Planning Commission didn't believe was appropriate in this case, to force the applicant to do that.
Okay, thank you.
No further questions for staff. I'll ask if, please feel free to sit down. Anything else from City Manager? Okay, so we're back to the point of our deliberation and our action. I'm going to ask the city attorney, just so you can state, I mean, I know the approving would overturn the appeal, but I just want to make it abundantly clear.
Yeah, Mayor Medina, city council members, the motion to approve the resolution would be a motion to approve the project.
Okay.
There are alternative courses of action that the staff has outlined in the staff report, which means for denial. Or you could request that the applicant make certain modifications to the project design and refer the project back to the Planning Commission. But the recommended motion is to approve the resolution, which would approve the project and provide the necessary findings.
Thank you very much for doing that. I just wanted us all to understand what action and what that will interpret and mean for it. So is there any action from the council in regards to this appeal?
Chair?
I'm sorry, Councilmember Salazar?
Yeah, and as I stated earlier, it is regrettable when neighbors have conflicts like these, but based on the fact that the Planning Commission, who has the expertise in this, approved, I have to make a motion to approve the resolution as it's presented.
Can I please say something?
Is there, hold on, no, and you've had your time, and I'm sorry. There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? I'm sorry.
I second.
Okay, and I apologize, Mr. Murphy. Motion by Salazar, seconded by Alvarez. Does everybody understand the motion? Then there will be a roll call, please.
Councilmember Alvarez? Yes. Councilmember Marty Medina?
Yes.
Councilmember Salazar?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hamilton?
Yes.
Mayor Rico Medina?
Yes. The resolution and motion is passed by a 5-0 vote. Thank you for your time here. Thank you for your input. And with that, sir, I'm sorry.
Didn't ask us any
Sorry.
questions.
With that, a 5-minute break to do that, and then we will come back. So we will be in recess for 5 minutes to allow everybody to depart and get settled for the next situation, the next part of the agenda. Thank you. Okay. All right, thank you for your patience. We're back from our recess, and we are now going to be on item 8, and it will be the study session.
Hi, Darcy Smith, Assistant City Manager.
Hold on.
Oh, hold on.
The Assistant City Manager was very excited for this topic, but we'll have the City Clerk read it, and then we'll turn it over to the Assistant City Manager.
Item 8A, conduct study session and provide comments on the draft Safe Routes to School plan.
Yes, this is a very exciting item that we've been waiting for a while because safe routes to school is very important to everyone in the community. It affects us all. So with that, I'll turn it over to Matt Lee, our Public Works Director, who's going to kick off this item. And I apologize, I know it's late, it's a long item, but we have a lot of really meaty details that we wanted to present to you as this is a study session.
Thank you, Mr. Lee.
Good evening, Mayor Bedina, members of council. Like Assistant City Manager Smith said, this is a very exciting item. I'm actually excited about it too. It's a long time coming. It's about a year in the making. And the study session is for the Safe Routes to School plan, which I think we all can agree on, which is making safe routes for children to walk or find alternative modes of transportation to school. I am going to be here tonight to kind of set the stage for the plan itself. I have Jeff Knowles here from Alta Planning to kind of go through the meat and potatoes of the presentation itself, and Anna Morales of our team to be able to answer any questions later if you guys have it. In terms of the agenda, like I said, we're going to go through those items. What I wanted to do was to actually talk about the background. As you all know, the city was awarded a Caltrans grant in 2020 of approximately $250,000. That grant was to allow us to develop a citywide Safe Routes to School plan, which was developed within this past year, starting back in November 2021. This plan is actually a really great example of how the community can come together and develop a plan that works for everybody. It involved multiple stakeholders, various schools, and members of the community. So without further ado, I would like to bring Jeff Knowles up to talk about the plan itself.
Welcome, and thank you for your patience.
Thank you. Thank you, members of council, mayor, staff, and members of the public who are joining us. My name is Jeff Knowles. I'm with Alta Planning and Design, a principal in our Oakland office, and it's been my pleasure to be your project manager on the Safe Routes to School plan. My agenda tonight is to walk you through the project overview, talk about the safety analysis that was conducted, the community engagement that we went through for this plan, the walk audits, and then really get into the findings, recommendations that were prioritized, and then Matt's going to come back and talk to you about next steps and where you go from here. So the project overview. Safe Routes to School is a comprehensive program to make school communities safer, especially for students who are walking or bicycling. We do that by a combination of engineering solutions and education and encouragement activities that will hopefully encourage people to take that active choice. The project involved objective data analysis focused on safety, listening to community member concerns and their ideas, observing traffic patterns and behavior. Based on those findings, we developed priority improvement recommendations. The plan is not funded or commits the city to any funding. Rather, it sets the city up to make wise investments and compete for grant funding from the county, from MTC, and other state funding sources. We partnered with many schools: Bel Air, Allen, Rollingwood, John Muir, and Portola Elementary Schools, Parkside Intermediate, Cappuccino High, and St. Robert Catholic, Palos Verdes, and El Portal schools. There are a couple of schools that were partially participating. That means they were involved, that we had recommendations, but they didn't get the full suite of involvement. Highlands Christian School, Stratford, and Monteverde were three that were added as partially participating. We We started this process in winter of 2022 where the schools were identified. We had our first community workshop. In the spring, we conducted our walk audits. We initiated our community surveys. We met with PTOs and PTAs, that's parent-teacher organizations and associations, and started to identify draft recommendations. In the summer, we gathered input on those recommendations. We revised them, prioritized them, and created the draft plan. This fall, we shared the draft plan with the public. We revised it based off of input we received from school administrators and from members of the public. We produced a final draft plan that is here tonight for a City Council study session. The final plan will be presented for City Council adoption tentatively February 14th. I'll talk a little bit about safety analysis, which was one of our big factors in coming up with recommendations. We analyzed vehicle, pedestrian, and collision data on the city's roadways and produced the map that you see on the screen. The roads in blue and purple have the most significant safety challenges. The analysis highlighted areas that had the most severe collisions, collisions involving youth, and crashes that involve vulnerable road users, that is, people walking or bicycling. The results that you see here align with what we've seen in other jurisdictions, most crashes occurring along busier streets and in denser roadway networks. You can see that around Skyline Boulevard here, and also along and east of El Camino Real. Our community engagement involved online and in-person engagement. So for online, we had a project website. We developed that project website was sanbruno.ca.gov/safe routes. If members of the public are watching or watching later, they can still go to that website and get information about the plan. We had a survey, interactive map. We had information about upcoming events and a contact form. This is a screen capture of the interactive web tool where residents could share their preferred walking or bicycling routes from home to school. They also could add points to identify challenging locations along those routes. We made presentations to over 70 parents and staff at PTO meetings at Allen, Rollingwood, John Muir, and Portola. We actively tried to get on the agendas for all the different PTOs. Some of them were less active than others, and these are the ones that invited us to come and present. We heard from over 400 residents through the survey responses, and half of those were parents and students that lived within a mile of school, so that's a great distance for walking and bicycling. The top three concerns we heard were speeding traffic along the route, uncomfortable intersections, and too much traffic along the route. In addition to that, in-person and online engagement, we conducted walk audits. This is a practical exercise where our staff of transportation planners and engineers worked with city staff, district staff, school administrators, and parents to observe biking and walking. We looked at how people were able to cross streets, observed any potential safety issues, how drivers interacted with students in walking and biking, and we conducted these for the 9 fully participating schools. So now I'm going to talk to you about the findings and recommendations. We developed site-specific recommendations. Those recommendations are in 2 different buckets: infrastructure projects and non-infrastructure programs. Examples of infrastructure projects include painting high-visibility crosswalks, like the image shown here. This is converting maybe 2 parallel lines or transverse crosswalks into this ladder style. These are painted yellow. These are to mark the high-visibility crosswalks in school zones. Another type of infrastructure that we're recommending are curb extensions. You can see an example here where we've bulbed out the corners. This is important to increasing visibility, especially for smaller students. At the corners, increases the visibility between drivers and people waiting to cross. It also reduces the exposure of people out in the middle of the street. It also, another benefit is that it slows down cars taking turns at corners. There's another style that you can do, which is a paint and post. There's an example here where you just have flexible bollards and paint that goes down. This could be an interim low-cost solution as you're looking for funding for that higher-cost full concrete solution in the previous image. Other examples of infrastructure could include stop signs or completing studies that you need to add stop signs, or painting red no parking curbs. I heard a comment at the from the public earlier today about this desire. This is something that comes up repeatedly in the plan of creating these visibility zones for people crossing the streets. Most jurisdictions lean heavily on engineering solutions. What I want to point out is this plan balances that with non-infrastructure programs. It includes a comprehensive list of these infrastructure programs, such as walk and roll to school days, walking school buses, which you can see here, parents volunteering to walk their kids to school and pick up other kids along the way. Other ideas like encouraging families to park and walk to school for those that can't maybe walk the entire distance. This is a way to kind of cut that in half. Driver awareness campaigns and bike rodeos, which includes skills training for kids. This image is from a series of one-pagers that we created for school partners looking to get involved in Safe Routes programming. The same information is shared in the Safe Routes to School plan starting on page 19. We include a program description, planning resources and program examples, potential partners and responsible agencies, and the timing or seasonal considerations for each of the programs. One program that has strong interest is the Crossing Guard program. Matt Lee is going to come back and share with you some of the discussion about the Crossing Guard program.
Thanks, Jeff. A little bit about the Crossing Guard program. Just so we recall, on the October 11th council meeting, there was a discussion of student pedestrian crossing safety on Niles Avenue. And in that meeting, it was brought to the attention of council that crossing guards were provided at 3 locations. The one location at Crystal Springs and Oak Avenue was optimized for student safety, and so the discussion had there. At that time, the police chief was directed to kind of go take a look back at the Crossing Guard program. That memo is attached in this staff report, and the biggest takeaway is to add additional crossing guards would be approximately $20,000 per year per location, and would require amendment to the current budget and the appropriate funds needed for that contract. Now I hand it back to Jeff to talk about the citywide infrastructure recommendations.
Thanks, Matt. So before I share the draft school-specific recommendations, the plan has 3 citywide infrastructure recommendations. First, we recommend lowering speed limits to 15 miles per hour in school zones. The second is to look at what policy changes are necessary to make it easier for staff to add always stops in school zones. And finally, adding street trees and green stormwater infrastructure at the same time that safety improvements go in when funding allows. The City of San Bruno and the districts served in this plan do not have unlimited financial resources or staff capacity. So recognizing that, implementing every recommendation in the plan may not be feasible. Therefore, we went through a prioritization process to identify the highest impact and lowest cost projects. This plan uses the following criteria to select those high priority projects across the city and for each school. The first is location, projects and locations with the greatest risk indicated by that collision analysis that I shared with you previously. The second was efficacy. There have been many studies about how efficient or effective different treatments are in reducing crashes, and so that was something we looked at. And then the third and final criteria was cost. So this is where we scored lower cost projects higher. I'm going to walk through, now I'm going to walk through each school's high priority projects. I'm not going to go through all 92, just the high priority ones for each school. That way you can come back with any questions you have. After reviewing community input and conducting a walk audit at Allen Elementary, we found that cars moved quickly on Linden, Elm, and Angus Aves. We also identified a need for crosswalk improvements at intersections near the school. Based on the findings, the plan recommended 9 infrastructure projects. The 3 high priority projects at Allen are shown in the map in red at number 4 on Angus Avenue, where the plan recommends making the school drop-off loop a right in, right out only for vehicles. The other 2 high priority recommendations are number 6 at Genevieve and Acacia Ave, and number 7 at Genevieve and Cypress Aves. The plan recommends studying adding always stops and then also adding red curb near the crosswalks at both of these locations. At Bel Air Elementary, findings from the walk audit and survey are consistent with the school safety assessment conducted in 2019. Specifically, concerns about congestion at the school entrance on 3rd Avenue and around the loading zones, and speeding into and out of the school parking lot connecting to 1st Avenue. planning effort was more extensive than the previous school assessment. As such, these findings are consistent with the previous work and in some cases provide support for more robust solutions. The plan recommends 11 improvements around Bel Air. High priority recommendations include numbers 3 and 4, shown in red on the map, which focus on improving conditions where the school drop-off loop meets Lions Park. Number 3 adds a sidewalk connection into Lions Park parking lot to connect the school with the existing pedestrian path towards the south side of the lot. And number 4 adds a raised crosswalk and a right-in, right-out style directive to slow and simplify vehicle movements at that location. Recommendations 2 and 6 also clarify pedestrian right-of-way by making a crosswalk across the driveway around the school. The walk audit and our survey feedback at Cappuccino highlighted long, uncomfortable crossings, especially to the east of campus on El Camino Real. People also noted the rolled curb on the sidewalks that allowed cars to park and block the sidewalk, making it challenging for people to walk in some areas around the school. The plan recommends 11 projects at Cappuccino. Let's see, high priority improvements are mostly along El Camino Real. You can see this on 7, 8, and 11. Those include mostly adding always stops and recommending straightening the right turn lanes to align with the street to improve visibility and slow turning traffic. At John Muir, walk audit participants noticed significant congestion along Crestmore Drive leading north from the school, along with the other driver behavior and conditions that made it challenging to cross Crestmore Drive. Additional community input reinforced crossing difficulties at existing marked and unmarked crosswalks. So therefore, we came up with 10 improvements at Muir. The highest priority improvements are focused on making it easier for students and community members to cross Crestmore Drive. At Cambridge Lane, close to the school, recommendation you can see in number 4 includes an all-way stop warrant study. And then recommendation 6 adds bollards or posts to create a hardened center line on Cambridge Lane approaching the school entrance. At Palos Verdes and El Portal schools, these are county-run special education facilities where the student body is bused to campus. Their walking and biking needs are somewhat limited as a result. However, school officials on the walk audit shared that students frequently crossed Commodore Drive to access the park across the street and would benefit from improved accessibility and ease of that crossing. We have 4 recommendations at this school site. The high priority project is located on Commodore Drive at the school entrance and includes painting a high visibility crosswalk across the driveway and realigning the curb ramps to make the entrance to the school grounds more accessible. At Parkside, walk audit participants and community input noted significant congestion and double parking along Niles Avenue adjacent to the school, which made it difficult for students to cross from the adjacent neighborhood. Genevieve Ave was also identified as a barrier for students crossing from neighborhoods to the north with heavy or fast traffic and uncomfortable intersections. The project team also explored potential connections to the south to dissipate some of the congestion on the north side of the school. Of the 9 recommendations, projects at Parkside, 4 of them are high priority. 2 recommendations, numbers 8 and 9, along Genevieve Ave at Cedar and Cherry Aves, include paint and post curb extensions and high visibility crosswalks to make it easier to cross Genevieve, while an all-way stop warrant study is also recommended at Cedar, lined up with the school entrance. Recommendation 4 also involves a stop warrant study to create better crossing opportunities at the school entrance. Recommendation number 7 at Donner Ave and Palomar Court include conducting a stop warrant study with second-tier recommendations to install high-vis crosswalks. The walk audit at Portola and community input noted uncomfortable conditions walking along Amador Avenue due to foggy conditions and lack of street lights. The project team also heard concerns about crossing at busy intersections towards and including Skyline Boulevard that serve as a barrier for students and caregivers, about visibility concerns at the existing crossing on Amador near the school entrance. We have 5 recommendations at Portola. The highest priority recommendation is to increase pedestrian accessibility and visibility at the school entrance on Amador Ave by adding curb ramps and a high visibility crosswalk, as well as reinforcing simplified traffic flow with right in, right out only flex posts. The largest opportunity for improvement shared by the Rollingwood community was the current traffic congestion during pickup and drop-off due to vehicles parked on Cottonwood Drive. Knowing that Rollingwood is slated to close at the end of the 22-23 school year, the project team also looked at connections to other neighborhoods at the periphery of Rollingwood's school zone. Of the 6 recommendations at Rollingwood, 3 are high priority. The first and easiest is to implement recommendation number 2 on the map, prohibiting parking along Cottonwood where the pickup and drop-off queues form a bottleneck. The other 2 high priority projects are adding high visibility crosswalks and exploring traffic calming along Rollingwood Drive. At St. Robert Elementary, project team heard from community about traffic moving quickly and a need for traffic calming along Oak Avenue, as well as crossing concerns at Oak and Niles and Oak and Crystal Springs. During the walk audit, the project team had similar observations and also noted challenging pedestrian visibility around the many entrances and exits of school and church parking lots along Oak and Crystal Springs. The plan recommends 13 projects around St. Roberts, and the highest priority recommendations are related to pedestrian visibility along and at Crystal Springs Road near Oak Avenue. Highlands Christian School, this is the first of the 3 partially participating schools that did not receive a walk audit. However, conditions observed during the Portola Elementary walk audit informed recommendations nearby at Highlands. As you can see, Portola is shown here just up the street on Amador Ave. Recommendation number 1 is a high priority to increase pedestrian visibility at the school entrance by extending the red curbs on Amador Ave and Monterey Drive. Second high priority project number 2 is exploring the addition of traffic calming elements to Monterey Drive, such as speed feedback signs, which are the signs that light up to tell you how fast you're going, adding speed humps, or visually narrowing the travel lanes by striping the edge lane of parking. All of the traffic calming would need to adhere to the city's traffic calming program. Monteverde is another school that the project team did not conduct a full walk audit. However, we sent our engineering team out there to look at observations and came up with additional recommendations. A high priority is here at St. Cloud and Fleetwood Drive. The plan recommends conducting an all-way stop warrant study, painting high visibility crosswalks on all legs of the intersection, installing paint and post curb extensions, and extending the length of the adjacent no parking zones. Stratford School is the final partially participating school, and like the others, did not receive a full audit, but from the input we received from the public, we came up with a series of recommendations. High priority number 1 on the map is extending no parking zones around the existing crosswalk at the school entrance. Number 3 is to evaluate and install traffic calming devices along Crestmore Drive. This is one that came up quite a bit from public input on recommendations for this school. So in summary, we've prioritized 22 high priority projects at a cost of just under $500,000, 38 medium priority projects at $2.1 million, and 32 lower priority projects at $4.9 million, a total of $7.5 million altogether. These are all planning level cost estimates, and additional design is needed to further refine these costs. We believe you can accomplish all high priority projects with a single grant from San Mateo County Transportation Authority through their Measure A&W program. Additional city and external grants will be needed for the rest. Matt's going to come back and going to share a short list of opportunities that we think the city will be competitive for securing funding, and then walk you through next steps.
Thanks, Jeff. So in terms of funding opportunities, we really try to be opportunistic for plans like this. Once we get the plan going and it's adopted by council, we take every opportunity we can with existing projects to implement some of these low-hanging fruits. And then with that, there are also grant opportunities that we keep our eyes out on. There's federal grants, such as Safe Streets and Roads for All. There's various state grants. And as Jeff mentioned, there's the local grants with San Mateo County, Measure A&W as well. And then there's always our own CIP funds, if there are any that would be able to be utilized with those types of funds. I now pass it back to Jeff I apologize. And so, so those are the funds that we have. For tonight, the fiscal impact, there is no fiscal impact for you guys to receive the plan itself. We already, as we mentioned earlier, had a grant to develop the plan. And so there would be no cost for this actual plan in finalizing it. The next steps we have is to receive the input from council, and the project team can finalize the Safe Routes to School plan and bring it back for council adoption at a future meeting. So tonight's action is just for you to provide us with any comments you have on the plan itself, or we're able to answer any questions that you all may have.
Thank you both very much for the report. And at this time, we'll ask any comments or questions from council at this time. Councilmember Medina.
It's amazing, really. Just wanted to thank everyone involved for this. I know numerous people in our community are concerned about, the traffic, not only around schools, but the additional speeding and impairments to line of sight at intersections where there's just so many cars now that our roads weren't designed to have that many cars, and now people are parking and blocking the line of sight. And I'm looking forward to implementing some of these things. I'm concerned, of course, of the cost, just like everything else. We're trying to do our best with the money that we have. I am encouraged by the grant opportunities, and as we go forward with our budget, to seeing how we could start taking bites out of these things, and I really appreciate the way that it's prioritized for getting the low-cost, effective ones. I mean, a lot of crosswalks. Back in the day, I recall how we would repaint crosswalks like every other year, and I think we've kind of gone away from that. And there's a lot of striping that needs to be done on not just the crosswalks, but on our streets, as we heard earlier today. So a lot of thanks for everyone, and there's a lot now. There's a lot of work ahead. So how we achieve that, I look forward to the budget and seeing how we can get those grants. So thank you all for your work.
Thank you, Councilmember Alvarez. Please.
Thank you. I want to acknowledge that, sorry, everyone, really quickly. I think it's page 24 or 25 of the slides. So I noticed that the regular sidewalk was painted yellow, very, very attractive. And then I also saw the round design material. I don't know what material is. How do you determine what specific design to use? I noticed that the blue bubble, I think it's on page 24 or 25. Very attractive, actually. Is that? But it's not. It wasn't used for the pedestrian, though, unlike the yellow paint.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the photo. I think slide 24 is, slide 25 is just a concrete bulb out location. Are you talking about that?
Yes, the blue design.
Oh, okay,
and then
yeah,
the white,
so like Jeff mentioned earlier, these are kind of the low-cost implementations that we can kind of get out into the real world without having to spend a little too much money with the final solution, which is essentially the concrete bulb out. So I think what we've learned in the transportation field is that we can implement these quickly and have them out there so that they can so that the traveling pedestrians can experience the benefit prior to us finding a solution of putting in actual concrete. Because, with the concrete work here, it's not just putting another sidewalk out, it's actually regrading and looking at the flow line for storm drainage for the intersection and trying to make sure that that works. And so that's where the complications are. So these are kind of, like Jeff said, the infrastructure improvements that we can see a little more quickly. Obviously, these would be in areas where these are implemented in areas where we're trying to shorten the crossing distance.
Because between the yellow visibility material that we usually see on the ramp and the sidewalk, they use that a lot for visibility. But you mentioned that, this is also as part of the reason for visibility. So between the two, I probably would lean to that, the blue design, the round blue design. Very nice. Thank you.
Councilmember Salazar.
Thank you, sir. So one question, Matt, I was wondering if you had a chance, or will you at some point see if there's an intersection between the projects recommended here and projects that we have in flight or planning already? I was thinking, we're going to put the traffic signals in front of the entrance to City Park, and that could have a significant impact in some of the recommendations that were made around St. Roberts. And so, maybe if we can, we could potentially prioritize projects that have already either been vetted, or we already know that something is in the works for them.
Yeah, that's a great comment. Unfortunately, the projects are happening on different timelines, right? Like the intersection at City Park, we've kind of gone through the analysis to determine what we were going to do at that intersection, and so we're moving ahead with design. We're in the process of trying to get this plan adopted, but the good news is once this plan does get adopted, then we kind of make sure we take a look at our existing projects to see where we can find synergies between the recommendations and what we're currently implementing.
Okay. And then my next question was just, regarding these projects in general, is there empirical data that shows what level of participation we get in communities for each of these types of projects? So, what is the real impact, right? Because people may say, yeah, we'd like to ride our bikes to school with our kids, but once the routes are in place, is there any evidence that people actually follow through on that commitment?
Yeah, so I can bring Jeff up to talk about kind of the before and after studies of the plans and how we measure if the infrastructure or the improvements are working.
A great question. Again, Jeff Knowles with Alta. This gets asked a lot about when we make this investment, are we actually going to see a return on that? And the answer is yes, if you combine the engineering with the non-infrastructure programs together. They kind of work hand in hand. You can't just have new infrastructure and hope for the best. So that's where this plan really marries the two together in partnership with school districts, with other, like the County Office of Education, provides a lot of resources. So I think together you can see that. Before and after studies nationwide have shown as much as a 20% increase in children walking and bicycling to school when there is a robust Safe Routes to School program activated.
Okay, thank you. So it's more than just build it and they will come.
It's more than just build it and we come. It has to be a steady, consistent investment.
All right, well, thank you. And I also wanted to say that it was a very impressive report. I enjoyed reading it, so thank you.
Vice Mayor Hamilton.
I also agree. It was a very impressive report and very, very comprehensive. I have a couple of comments and then a question. I'm also, as Councilmember Medina mentioned, I'm concerned with the overall cost, but this is in looking through all of the infrastructure recommendations in the report, and I read through every single one of them. They're all good projects, every single one of them. So I appreciate that we have already done the effort to prioritize and try to put some at the top of the list, but eventually they're all going to need to get done. So what I'm hoping that we'll be able to leverage consultants to do the bulk of the design work under supervision from our city staff as managers. Considering that, especially if we're able to do this work with one-time grant funds, because it's going to take a while to get a lot of these projects completed. I agree that the education piece is something that we need to get after right away. I had one question regarding education, and there was a program in place when my kids were in elementary school called Stop, Look, Wave. And there was fanfare about it when it came out, and then it kind of went away. I don't know if that was a school district program or if it was a city program. And basically what it was education both for drivers and for students to reduce the danger at marked crosswalks, meaning that when you come to a crosswalk, both the driver and the people crossing the street endeavor to make eye contact and then wave. And then, you know, so then when you see the wave from the driver, you know that the driver sees you and that you can cross safely. I haven't heard anything about this, and I'm wondering if that's maybe just a program that fizzled out. And I just wondered if there was any mention of that, or if that came up at all during the work to put together the report.
Thank you, Councilmember Hamilton. That is a good question. Like Jeff Knowles indicated earlier, there are various programs that you can apply with the infrastructure fixes. You know, with Safe Routes to School, they talk about the 5 E's, you know, education, enforcement, and all that. And so I have not specifically heard of that program, but the way you describe it, it makes sense, right? Really, the goal is to make sure that the pedestrians and the drivers see each other, so there are no collisions. I can check with Jeff to see if he's aware of that type of program.
Okay, thank you. There was a small engineering component to it because they actually painted the words "Stop, Look, Wave" in the crosswalks, you know, for the pedestrians to see.
Vice Mayor, thank you for that. And we've noted that when we were doing walk audits, we saw that painted on a lot of your crosswalks. Stop, look, wave. And we thought, look at San Bruno leading the way. I've never seen any other jurisdiction do that. So I think it's a good thing that we should probably talk about maybe more in the plan somewhere. We don't know what happened to that program, but it's certainly part of the driver awareness campaign that we did call out in the plan as an activity, as part of the non-restricted programs. I think the city should look at. Most of them are grant funded through the Office of Traffic Safety. And so this is one where I assume that it had a grant, it ran its course, and it's probably not now time to look at that again. So thank you.
Got it. Okay. Thank you for the explanation. That's it. That's it for my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. Just with Stop, Look, and Wave, I am knowledgeable of that stenciling that we did, and the city does possess the actual stencil, and our staff does routinely repaint the Stop, Look, and Wave. And certainly as we look at those high priority projects, we can check back in with staff and see if any of those crosswalks that currently have it need a refresh. And I believe it was, I'll just say pre-COVID, when I last had that conversation with staff, and we did a mini overtime program just to make sure that those crosswalks were repainted and refreshed with Stop, Look, and Wave. But know that we'll look into that, and we have that stencil and that ability in-house.
That's great. Through the mayor,
Yes.
That's great news, and I'd love to hear that. And I would think that it's been a while, so we probably need to at least do some outreach to remind people what it means. Not just paint it and make sure that it's there, but remind people what it actually means. So that's just a suggestion. Thank you.
Yeah, and for me, I'll try to make it brief, not to also state what my colleagues have, but yes, very detailed report. I want to also make mention that we're talking about funding sources, and obviously from the San Mateo County Transportation Authority, funds were allocated for this. I remember voting on that. And in addition, obviously, I'm not going to speak any more about that since I serve on that body. But also there was an item in the report about Samtrans and working collaboratively. A lot of this report is about being collaborative, a lot on the PTO, PTAs, about the school district, about where does all that come together as far as trying to get either funding, grants, and or collaboration and, shall we say, skin in the game. But on the Samtrans, I know it alluded to Cappuccino and Parkside as far as having more buses. I want to say, I can tell you that for Samtrans, it was very much a direction by the Board of Directors to have school schedules aligned. Very much staff at the transit district went out and tried to reach out to all superintendents and the districts. I can tell you for Parkside as an example, they did not turn in the survey, but the transit district staff went online to look up the school schedule and do the best they can. As far as with Cappuccino High School, it's also very close to the El Camino Real route, so that is very much a hub as far as getting to other locations. And again, we also know the fact of everybody wants, I'm sure, it better in all their community, but serving in the county. Sometimes when you're adding routes, then some routes are going to have to go, and they're based on, obviously, ridership and economics and the return. So I just wanted to make that comment on the two transit district things, but it is a very detailed report. I think Councilmember Medina might have said, but it's a lot of money, and so it's about getting what you can get done, but it's also about trying to, shall I say, partner with others and trying to see what we can do. So, but thank you very much for the report. Let me see if there's anybody from the public that wishes to speak on this topic.
We do not have any speaker cards, but we have one remote hand raised. Jennifer Blanco.
May we hear from Trustee Blanco, please?
Jennifer Blanco, whenever you're ready, you may begin.
How about now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, perfect. Woohoo! Thank you so much. First of all, let me begin by saying, wishing everyone a Happy New Year. Just unfortunate that we started it with all of these atmospheric river storms, and so stay safe, everyone. So thank you again for allowing me to speak. My name is Jennifer Blanco, and I am one of the trustees on the San Bruno Park School District. I listened to the whole presentation, and so I do have some questions. So if Matt and Jeff would be so gracious enough to answer my questions, I would truly appreciate it. So, Marty, I do have to agree with you that we as a community, we have many community members here who are very concerned with our kids and getting them safely to school, and that also includes us trustees. And so my questions are, so I didn't see or read anything, as unfortunately I'm not able to log on to my laptop to watch the meeting, but I'm watching from my phone, so it's really hard for me to read the presentation. I didn't see anything in regards to partnering with the bike and pedestrian committee, and the reason why I'm asking that is because I'm going to say 6 or 7 principals ago from Parkside, we did have a fatal accident when we had a student who took off on a friend's bike, and she did not know that that the bike's brakes didn't work, and so she flew down on Niles and head-on hit an oncoming back shield of a car, and La Pobrecita, she passed away. I believe she was a 7th or 8th grader, and so her name is Rebecca Madrano. And so I know that we need a lot of education in regards to our kids, and just letting them know that you got to be safe when you're out there on the streets. Last year, also regarding, I kept hearing pedestrian visibility. With the congestion on Niles, last year, a student ran out from between the cars, and it just so happened that I saw it myself. He ran into a car and he hit the car, and then he fell down to the street. I know a lot of education we need to really push that education to all of our families throughout the school district. And so the other thing too is, so I'm just wondering if it's possible, I would really appreciate it if the school board could have this presentation. And so my question was for the partnership with the bike and pedestrian committee, and also when will the school district receive this presentation? And thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Trustee Blanco. Is there any plans to, you've already been working with the schools, right? But will they also have the availability to the reporter reach out to, or is that not known?
So we've worked with the schools and our Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee, and as well as our TSPC. We've worked with them as well. As part of our efforts, we were not going, as part of the consultant scope, we weren't going to go to the school district and make a presentation, but
You would need to have that through the appropriate channels. I'm sorry, Director. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. We will look into communicating with the school board and seeing if it's possible to have a presentation provided to them.
Thank you. And thank you very much. And I also wanted to say, I forgot with the 15 mile per hour, I brought that up and I didn't realize it was April, but it was a while ago. And I thank all my colleagues because they were in concurrence 100% about that's important. So those are the things that I think we should move on that are immediate of concern and safety. So, but with that, thank you both very much, and thank you for being here and being patient this evening. We appreciate it. All right? Thank you. With the hour of 10:30 at this time, we, as our new policy is, we have the conduct of business and comments from council members, which would mean we would normally conclude at 11, unless we have a motion and a vote to exceed that. So I just want to be, is it more than just a check-in, and then if we get close, we will see if council wants to exceed the time? Thank you, sir. But again, if we haven't taken action or began the topic prior to 11, then that will need to be extended. So with that, why don't we move to conduct of business?
Item 9A, introduce, read by title only, and waive further reading of an ordinance adding Chapter 2.33 to the San Bruno Municipal Code adopting local contribution limits for city council elections.
The city attorney. I was going to say you could have done it there. But.
Hello, Mayor Medina and City Council members. I'm returning to you with our item on considering a ordinance to establish local campaign contribution limits. Oh, there it is. So here's an outline of what I'm going to be discussing. I'm going to give you a little bit of background, an overview of the regulations, the proposed ordinance, and then a recommended action. So as you'll recall, back in March of 2022, you held a study session on a number of potential ballot items, including whether or not you would like to establish campaign contribution limits. As part of that study session, you directed staff to come back with an ordinance, not to have a ballot measure, but instead to consider an ordinance of the City Council. We brought that ordinance back to you December 13th of 2022. You considered it and raised questions about a provision prohibiting anonymous donations, and requested staff to return with an ordinance that does not impose requirements that are in addition to the existing requirements in the Political Reform Act. And I'll get back to that after just continuing to give you a little bit of a background about the ordinance. So as you may recall, in 2021, beginning in 2021, the state established statewide campaign contribution limits that apply by default when a city has not already enacted its own local limits. The default contribution was $4,900 for the years 2021 and 2022, and the legislation provides for that amount to be adjusted every 2 years for inflation. So it was just recently updated, and the new limit is $5,500. And then when you were looking at this, we presented you with a table showing the various local campaign finance regulations for cities in nearby on the peninsula here. The ordinance that we provided prohibits contributions from a person to a candidate in excess of $500. The limit does not apply to contributions of a candidate's own personal funds to a candidate's own campaign, and it requires a statement to be included on all campaign contribution solicitations. There's the notice. I won't read it. It's also in the ordinance. The ordinance does not apply to campaigns for a ballot measure, referendum, or initiative. It requires electronic filing of campaign statements. It established penalties and provided additional enforcement tools. And I'm just going to quickly go over this because we already looked at this before. And here is the key of why we're coming back. The proposed ordinance prohibited anonymous contributions in any amount, which essentially imposed a requirement to track the source of all contributions. And the question was, does this impose a requirement on candidates that exceeds what's already in the Political Reform Act? So under the Political Reform Act, there is a clear prohibition to receive anonymous contributions of $100 or more from any person. And also in the Political Reform Act, there's a requirement to report when the total amount of contributions received from any person exceeds $100 or more. So these two provisions together actually are an applied obligation to track contributions under $100, because you'd have to know if somebody gave you $50, if you got another $50, did that come from the same person? So the ordinance that I'm bringing back to you is the same ordinance that you looked at in December. And the question to you is, are you satisfied with having explicit the obligation to track obligations under $100, or do you want to remove that obligation so that you are so you don't have this clear requirement and you are more clearly aligned with the specific language of the Political Reform Act? So there's two potential recommended actions. The first is to, if you're going to establish the campaign contribution limits, you can have, the motion is to introduce, read by title only, and waive further reading of an ordinance adding chapter 2.33 to the San Bruno Municipal Code adopting local campaign contribution limits. And the alternative motion, if you want to remove the prohibition against anonymous contributions, would be to make that same motion, but also direct or to specify that the ordinance you're adopting would delete paragraph B of section 2.33.030. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions from colleagues? No? Questions? Councilmember Salazar?
Questions?
Yes, please.
So, for clarification on the anonymous donations, so there's a distinction, I guess, between tracking and reporting.
Correct.
Right. And so what we're required to report is anything that exceeds $100 from an individual.
Correct.
So if we are to specify in our ordinance that we do not allow anonymous, does that imply also that we are required to report?
It does not, no. It is merely an obligation to not accept an anonymous donation. It is just an obligation to inquire as to the source of that information and have some way of tracking it, but there's no reporting requirements. The ordinance does not change the reporting requirements. They are what they are in the Political Reform Act. The form requires the reporting of all donations from any source of $100 or more.
And since that is covered under the FPPC guidelines, then is it necessary for us to state that if it's already covered by existing legislation?
Right. So the way I look at it is kind of, we had the question come up in December, what does this mean? So I think by stating it, you make it very clear that we are requiring the source of all donations to be identified and to track. It is implied, I think, in the current regulations, but it's not specifically stated, which I think is why we had the question, and I had to go back and look at it and come back to you with this discussion. So I guess my answer is by adding it, you're just making it very clear that this is the proper way to track how you receive contributions.
Okay. And my next question, you may have to defer to somebody else in staff, but when we run for office, the county provides instruction on how we conduct our campaigns and what our regulations are. So will the city now assume the responsibility of conducting its own education campaign for new candidates that address its own specific guidelines? And if so, will that be conducted by the city clerk's office? And what is the impact?
Yeah, so I'm happy to turn this over to staff, but I guess my initial thought is that it's just an ordinance like any other ordinance that says, here's our rules. I don't know that it requires much education beyond here's what the rules are, which is the limit for campaign contributions, $500. There is a prohibition against anonymous contributions. So to the extent there is any education, I suppose it could be as simple as handing a candidate the city's ordinance or directing the candidate to the city's the municipal code. I do know that I believe that the city clerk provides a handbook to candidates, and we probably could quite easily wrap these new provisions into that, either by, again, attaching the ordinance or just summarizing the key provisions.
So we do meet with each candidate individually and explain the documents and go over the forms. So that would be something that we would definitely go over and explain with each candidate that is running for office.
And then finally, there is a language in there that says that individuals have the option to basically seek legal action against a candidate if they feel that they've violated it. And the city has basically right of first refusal to address the issue. If they choose not to, an individual could still sue a candidate for non-compliance based on their interpretation. Now, I don't believe that there's anything currently that the state does other than impose fines for violations. So this pretty much makes it a crime to willingly. So all somebody would have to do is say that, no, they should have known better, and so they willingly broke the law. Now they're basically having to pay an additional, so not just the fine, but of actually paying for a violation of a city ordinance. And so that also is sort of above and beyond, I believe, the penalty that the state would impose.
Right, so this does provide penalties similar to other code violations. There's the, infraction, a misdemeanor, an administrative fine. Those are all options for the city to enforce. And then the additional enforcement tools do include a private right of action, which would be a private citizen bringing a private lawsuit. So not saying, so it would just be a civil suit. It wouldn't be a criminal suit.
But so there is something in there that says that if a candidate willfully violates these provisions, then it is an infraction, not just a finable mistake, the way the FPPC would interpret it, but actually you're breaking a rule, and then so you're subject to a fine because of that. And then on top of that, private citizens can also step in and take action.
That is correct. The way it's set up, that is correct.
Okay. So that's it.
And then I certainly want to hear from the rest of the colleagues. I thought back in December 13th, one of the things were like, the state does this, and we don't want to exceed that, right? And I think Councilmember Salazar brought up the state already imposed, then Assembly Person Mullen already established something for the state of California. And then jurisdictions have that ability to exceed it, but you can't have less than it. So then the council said, okay, we want to go through this process. And I think the reason it paused on this December 13th specifically was because it was a reporting mechanism of below $99 and below. And I think that's what we were trying to get and not have all these extras. And again, due to the hour, some of the areas that Mr. Salazar just pointed out are the concerns I've had. And that's what I had in the 13th. So I still have those concerns. But Anyway, let me see my other colleagues. Councilmember Medina.
Right. So I think less is more in this case of keeping it to whatever the state says, and the only thing we're changing is the limit. Everything else remains the same, I think, is probably what I understood the council wanted to do. It's nice to see that there are penalties, but I don't mind if we kept those, but I'm feeling like to keep it more streamlined, that just having the limit, eliminating the tracking, because let the state do that. It's up to each candidate, but I think if we kind of just kept it really streamlined and achieve.
Just to make sure I understand the comment, the state has enforcement measures so we're not adding any additional reporting requirements, we're just limiting, we're establishing a limit. And then we're also providing, this ordinance also provides penalties for failure to comply with the ordinance, similar to any other code violation. I don't believe the state is going to enforce your $500 contribution limit. The city would need to have some sort of it's the city's ordinance, and the city needs to have penalty. If it wants to have teeth, it needs to include that in the ordinance.
Yeah, had we stayed with the state, then the state tracks it. It's their responsibility. Because we are modifying that, correct me, and we are setting a limit, now the ability, that. So extra work is now being placed in the city of San Bruno for that ownership of it. I already heard my comments, but now we're adding a penalty and stuff.
No apology needed. So with your explanation of yes, if a candidate did write a report that they took $600 from somebody, then they'd be in violation. Society, when there are no consequences, then people just go ahead and do it. And so what's the point of having the rule if you're not? And as for the amount of time tracking, basically when we file our updated reports to the state, that gets a copy to our city clerk. I'm for enforcement.
And the city clerk can chime in here, but the ordinance does require electronic filing, which I think is intended to.
Yes. So back on the anonymous donations piece, there was discussion whether we should remove that language to make things simpler, and I'm not in favor of that. Well, let me ask my question first. If we were to remove the explicit language prohibiting anonymous donations of any kind, would that mean that someone who wanted to get around the $500 contribution limit and give me more than that, if I was a candidate, that they could simply send me 10 $99 anonymous donations separately?
Councilmember Hamilton, I think you're right. I mean, the intention of adding the prohibition against anonymous donations was to, one, make it clear that probably if you ever get any anonymous donations that total $100, you need to track who they're from to make sure they're not from the same person. And two,
if it's anonymous, you don't know who it's from.
And two, to try to the extent that you wanted to limit contributions to $500, to include a provision that closes a pretty significant loophole.
Right. And this provision closes that loophole, in your opinion?
Correct.
Great. Thank you. That's why I'm in favor of leaving it in.
Mr. Salazar, Councilmember Salazar.
I would say that because the state already requires us to report contributions in aggregate that exceed 100, it's not a loophole. It's not a loophole at all.
So what if I were on my,
please.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I just want to make sure, because his light is still on, so I want to make sure he's concluded.
I'll go back.
Oh, he'll defer. Vice Mayor.
So what would prevent a candidate from listing like in the example that I gave, $10, $99 anonymous donations.
Mr. Salazar.
The same restrictions from the state, from the FPPC, that currently prevent them from doing it. It's already state law.
So I guess it's the question for the city attorney, is the state law, you can't receive a single donation of $100, a single anonymous donation of $100 or more, or?
They address aggregate donations from the same donor.
Or if it's aggregate, I'm asking the city attorney.
Mayor Medina and Councilmember Hamilton, the state law prohibits aggregate donations from a single source in excess of $100 or more. And so that's, you know, and the state law prohibits anonymous donations of $100 or more. So impliedly, there is a requirement to make sure you're tracked, that it must happen.
Right, and I see no harm in making that clear, because that's certainly not crystal clear in the way that it is for the state. I see no harm in making it clear. If we don't want anonymous donations, then we shouldn't want anonymous donations. Let's just say so.
Somehow I'm just thinking that, I mean, if somebody gave you a $50 check, you have a categorization in Form 460 that you have to report it. You don't have to use the name. Once you get to the 100, of course, you need to know your name, your occupation, whether you're retired, whether you're not. That's the way the law is. So when we keep saying anonymous, so if somebody gives a young person at school, an elementary school gives you $1, now you need to get all the data. Just as an example, and a young person, a minor, could do that. So that's where I'm going with we have a state law that already mandates in the aggregate. So, Councilmember Medina, I'm sorry, you didn't have the button on. Yes?
I'll go ahead and push the button. So we're kind of getting in the weeds a little bit. I could go either way just so that we pass this tonight. If you did get the $1 contribution, you don't have to report it and give the kid's name, but you have to keep that in mind if it did get up to over 100. So to make it absolutely clear intent, the main part is the $500 limit. But I do think that we do need to have consequences, which is why there has to be some penalty in there. Otherwise, somebody could go ahead and exceed it, and then there's no penalty. Why even have the ordinance?
And
Mr. Salazar.
thank you. And I agree with Councilmember Medina in that it can't be size of the infraction, that there would be a corresponding fine. And it appears to me that we are going beyond that and saying that now it's a, and I really understood this whole attempt to be a way to level the playing field for new candidates. And I believe that if we're making this more, and, you know, we also, just since I have the mic, since I have the floor, you know, we say in this that, you know, it's people into the shadows. And I think of an example that happened recently where there was a candidate for a state office tribute that PAC was solely dedicated to promoting their campaign, and that it didn't have limits. And so if we, you know, if this is really intended to level the playing field, we could potentially be allowing people with connections to powerful PACs to actually have a leg up over anybody, because now our friends and neighbors are limited at 500. People who are contributing to a PAC, they can do one-time contributions that are at the state limit, and that's a lot higher than anything we're allowing. In fact, it's interesting to see that the increase from last year to this year is more than our overall limit for a single contribution. So, and we're also saying ours won't automatically increase like the states does. So we're going to, if you have a concern that incumbents have a mechanism for keeping new candidates out, all they have to do is freeze those dollars. They're already sitting in the seat, so they got it easy, and now you're limiting their ability to raise money. So these are unintended consequences, I believe. I'm not opposed to the limit. It's certainly, in my experience, and everyone posted that portion of it, but it does seem that we're creating some other issues that were not intended, and in some cases may run contrary to the spirit of what we had hoped to do by modernizing our campaign limits.
And I'll just say, is there any members of the public that wish to speak on this?
I do not have any speaker cards and no remote hands are raised.
Thank you very much. So we'll bring it back to council for any action, or it doesn't need to go back, or there were two options that were placed. I don't know if it's, I think we've gotten it, unless it needs to, because of the hour, placed back on the board. But is there any direction or, action by council this evening, or direction?
Through the mayor,
Yes, Vice Mayor. Thank you.
I would like to make a motion to introduce the ordinance as read by the clerk.
I didn't, the last part I didn't quite hear. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I would like to I'm basically following what's listed in the packet under the recommendation. Introduce the ordinance as read by the clerk. I can read the whole thing if you want.
No, we don't need to read it. I just want to clarify for the colleagues, because I think, just so we're on the same page, that's with everything, right?
Yes.
Everything that's been discussed, whether you have one side or the other, is how it is. I've addressed my concerns, and I think everybody understands. So with that, it is a roll call, so roll call, please.
Oh, there wasn't a second. Was there a second? I didn't hear. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much. I apologize. Is there a second on the motion? Is there a second on the motion? I've heard none, hence it has died due to council. Councilmember Salazar.
Through the chair. I know that staff has already spent a lot of time on this, and I do believe it would be approving it, and we
want to say anything?
For it to keep on going up with inflation, so compromise to address Councilman Salazar's concern. What would be acceptable for you?
For us to structure this where there are no additional pain. And if we can do that without imposing additional penalty, really scare a lot of people. And having individuals have that ability to sue, who's going to come after them? Again, different. So, yeah, I mean, we still have to rely a little bit on people's honor.
Why don't we ask this is, can you formulate it in a motion, unless it's, because I think you've placed what it is, and I think that's what Councilmember Medina was saying. Okay, what will it take? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, City Attorney.
So Mayor Medina, just to help move this along, if the issue is this litigation component or administrative fine, then you could make a motion to approve the ordinance with section 2.33.100 deleted, which is the section which provides for injunction and other court actions.
Through the mayor, I just was quickly going back and reading through that. I would be supportive of that.
Thank you, Vice
In
Mayor.
order to get to a compromise.
Thank you. And then there was another item, Councilmember Salazar was.
To strike the tracking sentence.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I'm okay with leaving that in. So, yeah, if we can agree to drop the section that the city attorney just referred to, I guess I would be supportive of that. That to me was probably the biggest concern.
Do you want the inflation 500 limit to go up as with inflation, so we don't have to worry about it 20 years from now?
Okay. And so back to staff, how difficult would it be to peg that to some index that would make sense?
It wouldn't be difficult at all. We have fees annually that increase by inflation, and we would simply do that annually, or in this case, biannually when there's an election. And so I think the intent increases before the next election.
Okay, Well, then I will make a revised motion then to approve what's in front of us with the exception of the section that the city attorney referred to, which would impose those, which would allow for additional litigation against candidates, and also with the revision that there would be a adjustment, an annual adjustment to the limit.
And I know, well, let's see if there's a second first.
I'll second that.
And with that, let's go to the city attorney for clarification and to make sure we're on the same page.
Yeah, Mayor Medina, I guess when we get into a little more drafting and the CPI and things like that, perhaps it would be better to come back with a new ordinance rather than trying to do this drafting on the
We
spot.
should have had you about 20 minutes ago, because what I'm also feeling, and I've learned long lessons, is when you get to the 11 o'clock hour and you have elected bodies making decisions, sometimes that may not be the best time. So to have fresh eyes, I'm going to suggest and recommend to colleagues that we do what the city attorney recommended. Is that all right? Yeah.
We have a first and a second on the floor, so we'd have to rescind that.
Good point.
Yeah.
And I'm willing to.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure we're following the rules, right?
Yeah. So, city attorney, is that okay if they
We'll pull it back.
they pull back and withdraw the motion in the second, and then give you direction if there's concurrence?
That is absolutely fine.
City manager?
I just want to clarify that direction.
Please.
So in the section 2.33.030, that includes an express requirement to track injunction and court action section 2.33. And staff will come back at a subsequent meeting.
That's how I understand. Perfect. Thank you.
And is, if there's concurrence by council, does that suffice? Ms. Alvarez, I think at this hour, that is always safe. We have passed 11, so with that, we have still one item of conduct, and we have council comments. So action to continue now since we've hit the 11 o'clock hour. Mr. Salazar.
Through the chair, I will make a motion that we extend for another hour.
I was going to say midnight, but okay, for 1 hour, that's the motion. Is there a second?
I second.
Second to extend for 1 hour. Roll call, please.
Hamilton,
Yes.
Mayor Rico Medina.
Yes. Motion passes 5-0. We are continuing. All right, with that, let's move on to item B, please.
Item 9B, receive report and confirm appointment of city council members to serve as representatives and alternates to San Mateo County agencies and other regional bodies. I will now share my screen.
Thank you.
Let me know if you can see that okay. Oh,
If you can enlarge it at all, that'd be,
zoom in, it's might,
I mean, I have it in front of me, but
it might.
I'm thinking for others. All right.
Is that okay? Oh, so then I need to hide it? How do I hide? Okay, thank you. Okay, we are ready if you are.
Yes, City Clerk.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. In January of every year, we appoint council members to serve as representatives to various San Mateo County agencies and other regional bodies. The matrix before you shows all of the county and regional agencies the council serves on throughout the year, with the exception of the San Mateo Mosquito Abatement District. Robert Riegel was appointed by the City Council to serve on the San Mateo Mosquito Abatement District, and his term expires in December of 2024. In 2022, City Manager Javon Grogan served as representative on the Colma Creek Flood Control District. I'd like to point out that although some of the bodies do not require alternates, we believe it would be potentially beneficial to just go ahead and appoint one to each body. And our recommendation here today is that council fill the open vacant seats and confirm appointment of the city council members to serve as representatives and alternates to the San Mateo County agencies and other regional bodies.
Okay, with that, you see it on the screen, and I know with the lateness of the hour, I'm going to maybe start it off, then I'll try to speed it up. There are things, and also, by the way, Bosqua, for example, Vice Mayor Hamilton was already reappointed, and they do it in a different fashion, and I believe they do not require or allow alternates to that case. Excuse me. So with that, there's the Airport Community Roundtable. There is an opening, has desired to have it, asked if another colleague would be willing to take that. Are there any suggestions or volunteers? Council Member Alvarez.
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Airport Community Roundtable is a very interesting, and I think it will be a very challenging committee, but I will step up and volunteer to be a primary. This is interesting because when I used to work at the building counter, we have very limited information to give to the residents regarding noise mitigation with the airport. That being said, to be the primary representative for this committee, it would be a privilege for me to learn more and to provide more information to the community.
Well, I appreciate that, and I don't know if I need to ask Councilmember Medina or Hamilton if you would disagree with that statement, or?
It's a little loud on that roundtable. It's a little frustrating, honestly, that,
Okay, you're gonna,
but I'll stop. It's late. So
gonna make her
congratulations.
withdraw.
Congratulations.
So, but, you know,
Move to strike.
I know you're aware, you probably have heard things about it, but for you to come forward, and I think all of us can say thank you. You know, if maybe I'll just try to speed this up. So let's go down just to the primary. For Colma Creek, the reason I had that open is because we've had the city manager do it. It's 4 times a year. It's a quarterly basis. It's in South San Francisco. We don't need to have it now. I checked. They don't meet for a little bit. We can bring that back, but that was my intent. He's been willing to do it because other city managers do it, but we want to be valuable to his time. The next one down, so we can come back. The next time is Home for All. What I'd like to ask is for the primary to be Councilmember Alvarez, the alternate to be Councilmember Medina. For the Heart, I'd like to ask Councilmember Medina to be the primary. I'd like an alternate for Councilmember Alvarez. On the League of California Cities Peninsula Division, I'd like the primary to be Vice Mayor Hamilton. There is not a requirement to have an alternate, though others are welcome to attend. If people were already listed on there, because some of them serve an executive, as an example, I'll use you. Councilmember Medina is on PC, but he's also on the board. And so I would not want to have, I think continuity is important, and I wouldn't want to jeopardize anybody who has those positions. Going to the alternate positions, and I do understand that there may be a desire if others want, as an example, an ABAG or others, we can work on that. On the alternates, I think I've expressed, on PCE, I'd like to have Vice Mayor Hamilton on that. I think I already talked about Hart, and I think I've already talked about Home for All. On the other alternates, it's not applicable on the San Mateo County of Cities. That is a proxy that goes to whoever is available. The mayor just says at this meeting, X person will go ahead and do it. Like I said, we didn't need one for the League Cities. That's an NA. And that leaves Colma Creek, which we'll come back to, and then Bosco, which is not, to my knowledge, last I was told, was not permitted. Airport Roundtable, I think it's amongst us who would want to be the alternate. They meet 6 times a year. The JPALS, which is the ambulance, one that meets quarterly, and then the ABAG. Those are the ones that I think that if there's any volunteers we deal with tonight, if not, they can be held because of the late hour. I just rambled a lot, so I'll leave it to anybody who wants to say something, or we can, again, speak to next time.
Through the mayor.
Medina. I'm sorry, Vice Mayor.
You can put me down as the alternate for the for the airport roundtable. I'm happy to be Councilmember Alvarez's backup on that one.
Vice Mayor, thank you. Councilmember Medina.
He's a glutton for punishment.
Yes.
That's what he is.
It's alternate.
That's right. Mr. Mayor, if our city manager doesn't mind me taking Coleman Creek, I'll do that.
Okay, thank you. I think it'd be interesting, honestly.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about it as well. I can be Councilmember Medina's alternate on that one as well.
Thank you. No, that one's, that's for the other buddies not appointed by the city, and I have to look more into that, because yeah. So we're good on that. I'm going to say, really, the only thing is for now, the ABEG and the ALS, and people can just get to me, unless there's anybody who wants to do that now. It's not one only meets a couple times, another one meets 4 times, so I think we're fine. But anyway, we can always come back, but it's not required to have alternates. Yes.
I'm sorry, I can volunteer for alternate for the ABAC.
ABAG or ALS?
The ABAG.
I want to make sure. Okay. Okay. We have Mr. Salazar, secondary on ALS, and Alvarez on ABAG. I think we've just connected that. Did I talk too quick, City Clerk, or?
Well, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah. Yes.
I wanted to offer Councilmember Alvarez to be the primary if you'd like. They don't meet very often, just that taking on a couple other things. I thought, and I'd be happy to be the alternate, just to kind of like switch that. If
I'm sorry, what committee is this?
to do the ABAG.
Oh, the ABAG? Okay, sure.
Yeah, it's a good way to meet a lot of people, all the electeds in the across the counties.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
I think, I'm sorry, City Clerk, because she's feverishly typing as we're moving the checkerboard here.
If we could please share the screen so that everyone could review and make sure that I captured everything correctly, that would be greatly appreciated. Okay, and let me know when you'd like me to scroll. Scroll down a bit.
Does everybody think it reflects what we heard?
Through the mayor, I think I should be listed on row 15 for Peninsula Clean Energy
As
alternate.
Yes,
And I'm the alternate on Home for All, is that right?
you're correct.
Okay, let me, Home for All.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, Thomas at
PC.
PC. Here it is.
Everybody, does that look correct with those modifications? Thank you for everybody's eyes. They're better than mine. Good, good, good. Okay. With that, as you now see it before you, is there a motion? Well, now with our new rules, we need a motion. We didn't before.
Through the mayor.
So moved.
We have a motion from Councilmember Medina, seconded from Vice Mayor Hamilton, correct? And roll
Second.
call.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Yes.
Councilmember Marty Medina?
Yes.
Councilmember Salazar?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hamilton?
Yes.
Mayor Rico Medina?
Yes. Okay. Thank you, everybody. And may I say, too, if there's any calendars from these bodies, so let's go through this. My understanding, too, and you're right, I didn't ask if was there any public comment on this.
That's what you get when I sit here. Yeah.
But no hands were raised, and there are no hands raised now.
Okay, thank you. But let's just, to be clear, then the city clerk's office would go ahead and notify the agencies of the particular appointments so that they're aware. I would ask colleagues, when you get a calendar of dates, if and when you do, please give that to to the clerk's office just so we can update the SB calendar and that we all know what we're doing and where we're going. So it's easier for staff to see that our availability.
Okay.
Is that okay? All right. I didn't ask the city clerk before I said that. Okay, let's move on to council comments from council members. And also, there's not a committee reports under right now. So if there are any, I would appreciate if you could please put that under your comments when you're called, and that'll be put on the next one. So with that, we will start with item A. Councilmember Sandy Alvarez, request to discuss reestablishment of Beautification Task Force Committee.
Councilmember Salazar, if you could kindly pass that along. Thank you. The Beautification Task Force Committee was originally established by our former council member, Irene O'Connell. It supports and advocates a public arts policy, tree ordinances, and other council policies that encourage the beautification of the city. The task force also organizes several citywide events, including Operation Clean Sweep, held the first Saturday in May each year, and the Beautification Awards. They also serve in an advisory capacity to the City Council. That said, my request to reestablish the Beautification Task Force would be a continuation of how the committee was structured. The goals of the Beautification Task Force are to educate the community about enhancing and protecting San Bruno's environmental assets, to promote the quality of life in San Bruno by creating, supporting, and participating in activities and programs that improve the physical and aesthetic environment of our community. Advocate a high standard of community responsibility, cleanliness, maintenance, and attractiveness for our developed and natural environment. Last, to mentor neighborhood and citywide cleanups. How we can achieve these goals: promote community activities like citywide cleanups, Earth Day activities, beautification awards, and similar programs. Community outreach to volunteer and/or participate in local activities. Encourage community members to be proactive on monitoring neighborhood. And last,
Thank you for your comments. Thank you for the handout. So what it has, it was asking for the discussion for reestablishment of the Beautification Task Force Committee, which I know there's a lot of, when I say a lot, that's what's wrong. What I mean by that is it a standing committee? Is it under the Brown Act? Those are things that would need to be vetted, right, so that we have it structured correctly. But with that, I'll open up to my colleagues. Councilmember Medina.
Yes, I would be appropriate to discuss that, so I am in support of it.
And in the way it used to exist, but maybe if we could add some additional structure to it, we could definitely fortify. There is still one reference to it in the municipal code, so it's a good thing we're bringing it back, so I am in support.
Vice Mayor Hamilton, any comment?
I agree with both comments so far, and
I don't know if you have an extra one, or I can use mine. I can hand it over to staff, if that's okay, so that they have the basis in which to, or thank you, Councilmember Medina. Oh, and she has an extra. If that can be done so that and presented. And so we are looking for the discussion with the handout that has now been presented to staff for how they can put that together to bring it back with that caveat of staff involvement, Brown Act, standing committee, those type of elements. Is that fair, City Manager?
Absolutely, Mayor. We still need to go through the appointment of city council members to various standing and ad hoc committees. And so when we discuss that item, staff will bring this item forward. And I think we can give some thoughts on how to more formalize it and align it to our structure. But certainly we will do that and support that process, if so directed, which I'm assuming because everybody, there was no roll call vote, but I thought I heard general concurrence to direct staff to bring this back at subsequently, and we will aim to do that when we appoint council members to the various standing and ad hoc committees.
Okay, thank you. With that, the way the new rules work, I mean, even though it's 5-0.
through the mayor, just real fast. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Just if someone can send me a copy of the handout, that would be great, since I can't grab it physically.
Take a picture of it. Oh, yes, okay, yes, we'll do that. It's going to be done right now. So,
Go ahead. Vice Mayor Hamilton, I can email you a copy.
Perfect.
all right.
I appreciate that. Thank you,
Thank you.
Councilmember.
But I think under the new policies and procedures, though you have a total 5-0 concurrence, we have to have a vote and a motion. So,
So moved.
Second.
motion Medina, seconded Salazar. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Alvarez? Yes. Councilmember Marty Medina?
Yes.
Councilmember Salazar?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hamilton?
Yes.
Mayor Rico Medina?
Yes. Passes 5-0. And at this time, Councilmember Alvarez, is there anything else under comments that you would like to offer this evening? You don't have to, but if there is, this would be the opportunity.
Not at this point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that. Let's move on to item B. Councilmember Salazar, request to discuss revisions to existing cannabis regulations, including zoning, number of allowed businesses, and the process for awarding permits. Councilmember Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually did have some things written out, but given the late hour and being that I don't want to use up our hour extension, I am going to limit this to my request for support from the council to ask staff to bring back a revised ordinance or ordinances, if required, that would modify our current zoning, our current limit on the number of dispensaries in the city, and also the process by which permits or licenses would be assigned. So I mean, I could go into some other details, but as I said, given the late hour, I really just want an opportunity for this to come back. My intent is to limit the number of areas within the city where it's permitted and to reduce the number of licenses that are issued.
Yes. Is there any questions or questions from colleagues in regards to Councilmember Salazar's? Councilmember Medina.
Sure. So how does this affect what it's totally going to revise it, so I'm looking over at the, for our staff to kind of chime in on this.
City Manager.
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember Medina, and we were just having a little side conversation here. I think we would need clarification and specifics to bring back a revised ordinance. In lieu of doing that, I think what we can do is agendize a discussion amongst the city council, if so moved by the majority of council here tonight. And based on that discussion, I think council should provide clear direction on revisions to the ordinance and our regulations, if so desired. And then we would then draft those, have them reviewed, of course, by staff and our city attorney, and then schedule it at a subsequent council meeting for adoption or first reading.
Right. And given that there is a process that's already put in place and that I don't want to run afoul of anything that's happening, I did want to expedite, and so I can provide specifics of what I would be requesting if that would facilitate bringing back an ordinance that could then be discussed, modified at a meeting, rather than having an open discussion that would then lead to the presentation of an ordinance that would then have to come back for 2 readings. So very specifically, I could tell you that my intent is to remove downtown and Tan Fran from the zoning that's approved currently, and it is also my intent to reduce the number of businesses from the 4 down to 2, where one of them would be required to be a delivery service and one could be potential retail, or they could both be delivery services. And I would limit it to that.
City Manager, is that what you were looking for?
I think that if council support here tonight to bring that back, and we would look to schedule that discussion with that revised ordinance that I believe has to occur at a regular meeting. If there is a direction from the city council to do that expeditiously, we would calendar that for the January 24th meeting, which is your next regular meeting. And I do think that we would need to do notifications to I believe the interested parties list has an interested parties list for our cannabis regulations. I think it would be incumbent upon us and appropriate to send a notification to all of those individuals on that interested party list and anyone that we know has pulled an application or asked questions of staff in the intention to develop an application. And so we would provide those notifications that this would be discussed at the January and reduce the number of allowable permits that the city could grant to 2, one being delivery and the other being either delivery or retail, or both, correct?
Correct.
I was just going to clarify that the commercial cannabis operator permits application deadline has been set for next Tuesday. So we would know before the 24th who had submitted applications, and we could also obviously inform that group, anyone who had submitted.
The permit and the information did make it very clear that the city council still reserves the right to award up to 4 or less than 4. And so should you make that change, know that we've talked, we believe sufficient notice was provided that the city council has discretion now on how many permits you would issue.
Councilmember Medina.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned about the detail that we're going. This is council comments, and it should be, we're getting way too specific that it's not agendized. So I believe the way it's supposed to work is you say that you're going to have a discussion of the item, like Councilwoman Alvarez just did, but I think the specifics of what you're trying to do in a non-agenda, the city attorney, this isn't an agendized topic, and we're getting into the specifics of the changes. And I don't know if I'm questioning if that's appropriate.
So there's a question on the process, which has been established already, but City Attorney?
Mayor Medina and Councilmember Medina, the City Council is not actually taking action on these items. What it's doing is giving direction to staff to come back with an agendized item that you will consider these changes to the cannabis ordinance. At that point, you will have, the agenda will provide, you're discussing revisions and directing staff to come back with proposed changes that you will consider on a properly agendized meeting.
Sure, but the revisions are pretty detailed, and I'm not going to support this. I think to have the study session, to talk about it, but to manipulate it so that you can get it changed for another meeting, I think that's beyond the intent that.
Well, I would only say that in the past, council comments were not agendized, and we were prohibited from having open discussion, and we were limited to providing direction to staff to bring something back. But that changed. That changed when we decided that we would agendize and basically spell out the action that we intended to take. And so this was agendized. I think I was very clear in the topics that I intended to discuss, and I don't think it's inappropriate, but I am hoping that at least 2 of my colleagues will support letting this move forward.
City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor Medina. Just on this topic, I do, for me, feel that the threshold line is we are not tonight discussing the merits of the changes that Councilmember Salazar is asking to be discussed at a later meeting, but council and providing clarity to staff on what his proposal is for that meeting to be. And should there be majority concurrence, I think staff would take that direction and say, we have had a council member agendize a topic that they would like to have their colleagues discuss. They have clearly articulated what that topic is, and a majority of council has provided direction to staff to agendize that discussion. And so we're not discussing the merits. We're clearly just getting, I think, a clear understanding of what the council member would like discussed.
We're working on now, whether it's storm-related, all the other stuff that we're dealing with, we're going to tell staff, stop that and do this. No, and that's okay. You can say yes.
Well,
but yeah.
And what I'll say
Want
to
to make
that
sure I
is there were a
understand.
number of ordinances and resolutions that were put in place. I'm not asking that everything be redone. I'm not asking staff to do any additional work. I'm asking for very specific changes to one or more ordinances. If it crosses over into 2 ordinances, I was very specific about what I requested. This shouldn't take a lot of staff time. This is, I was very specific and it's very detailed. So if you think that's going to derail other
Or we try to do that.
We give direction from this body, if there is a majority, on what to do, which once this policy went into effect, this council has done that. Whether it's 504132 to say, this is now a priority, we want to bring this forward. So, but I see the city manager, go ahead.
Sure. I'm not reading the language in your policies and procedures, but we were very clear in those discussions that if a item is requested to be brought back urgently, immediately, we staff ask that the council essentially make a determination that this is a very important item, and we would like staff to prioritize it. Respecting that the manager or the city attorney has the ability to say, hey, I don't think that we can accomplish that, or it will, the council member Salazar articulate, is because the applications are, process is open, he feels that this is a urgent thing that he is requesting his support from his colleagues to direct staff to agendize soon. I do believe that because it's amending ordinances that we've already drafted, that with clear direction, we can accomplish. Caveat being, if a major storm hits and we divert a bunch of attention, right, I reserve the right to send council an email saying, you know, X, Y, and Z has happened. I don't think we'll be able to do that by the 24th. We will do that at another meeting. I think with this item, what also we are talking a change to an ordinance that will require 2 readings. That we need to sort of plan out all of that. But if council is saying that this is a important item that you would like discussed soon, I do believe that we can agendize that for the January 24th date. Now, if looking at the schedule, we may want to say we're going to push some of the regular business sort of up earlier or have a special meeting. We still need to do that, but also to discuss it. Now, we certainly need to do notifications to the interested party list and provide those people that are currently actively submitting permits with that notice. And so we will expeditiously do that, frankly, beginning tomorrow morning, if so directed by the city council.
Plans of changing things around, right? That's my point. So I still think I'll just wait. So thank you for that explanation. That hopefully it doesn't storm too much. And
In that, it doesn't mean modifications can't be made at that time. Is that correct?
Mayor Medina, we would have an ordinance in front of you.
Mm-hmm.
We'd have the same limitations that we would typically have with an ordinance,
Okay.
which it's very difficult to
modify
draft
on
an
the spot.
ordinance from the dais, but we could make changes
Okay, thank you.
as long as they were simple.
I just want to ask Councilmember Hamilton, because I can't see. Oh, there you go. Now I can see you, but I haven't been able to see you. So I had a note here. I'm just calling you.
I've been waiting for this part of the conversation to end. I would have through the mayor to my way in. So my question would be that since the permit filing period is open with a deadline of next week, if permit applications are received for potential businesses that are in the areas that are being proposed to be removed by ordinance, what happens then? I mean, what happens then? So we've already got a submitted permit application for an area that's currently, that by our rules is currently fine. We would then go back to them and say, oh, sorry, we're changing the rules.
City manager?
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember Hamilton. Certainly, there's the possibility that we may receive an application by the due date of next Tuesday for either downtown or Tanfran, and a majority of the council may decide to revise the ordinance to exempt those areas. That would mean that we would need to look at our process, and likely, I think we could obviously assume that someone that applied downtown will say, hey, I didn't have the opportunity to look at other areas because I thought that this area that I was applying for would be allowed. And so we would need to consider that. I don't want to sort of proffer on the fly what we would do, but I hearing the Councilmember Salazar's request, actually, honestly, for the first time tonight, I think we need to think that through and how we would modify the process. What I would say, and I hesitate to say this, that if it's supported by a majority of the council to look at this, maybe that is one of the reasons why having this conversation sooner rather than later may be a good thing, because we have people applying for a permit based on a set of criteria that the city council established. If the city council is thinking about changing that criteria, I don't know that to be the case, but we should probably do that sooner rather than later. And so if a majority of the council supports staff agendizing that, and we would come back and have that discussion. And again, I think we would need to notify the interested party list or anyone that has picked up an application or called in with a question to say, hey, I'm looking at your application packet that you submitted. And so we would certainly do that if directed.
Okay, and we do have a member of the public, so I had a question, but I want to, please, as the hour is late.
We have one remote hand raised. Courtney? Courtney, I will be bringing you in. Courtney, you may begin whenever you're ready.
Hi, yes. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Thank you so much. So my name's Courtney Carone, and I am a cannabis attorney who has specialized in the merit-based application process for the last several years. And what I'm hearing right now is problematic to me, excuse me, and also causing me a little bit of stress, because individuals who apply for these merit-based application processes spend a great deal of time and money preparing applications. And part of that process that you've implemented is having a property that is zoned correctly. And just the entitlement of getting that properly zoned property, can cost, thousands upon thousands of dollars during this holding period of preparing the application. And so if the city is actually considering, the city council members are actually considering modifying the existing ordinance that has been used to create this merit-based process, then frankly, the merit-based process needs to be paused. so that nobody is spending, additional funds to prepare an application and submit it only to find out that the property that they have located in the application they have prepared is actually no longer going to be valid under an amended ordinance. So I really don't think that it would be advantageous for the city to accept applications on the 17th if the city council does intend to review that ordinance, because it is extremely unfair to all of the applicants who may fall in one of those zones with a property that is going to be amended. And further, I think you're going to find yourself in quite a bit of litigation if you do accept applications and then modify an ordinance that excludes people and then give those people, an additional timeline to find a new property. I believe you're going to have, some real issues with that, just based off my experience with this merit-based application process in pretty much every city in the state of California that has had a merit-based application process. So I would just caution accepting applications if the intent is actually to revise the ordinance, and would strongly urge that the city manager's office put a pause on this entire process until the city council has made a determination as to whether or not they're actually going to amend the ordinance that might affect those who have already prepared applications, since the finish line is just around the corner here. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for staying on this late, and thank you for your comments. City Manager?
Sure. So what I think is important is that we not try to make every decision that we may need to make tonight. I think what we're hearing is, based on an agendized council comment, a member of the city council asking their colleagues to provide direction to staff to schedule an item. If a majority of council accepts that, staff will dutifully perform that duty. I think that there are other decisions that need to be made. One, us notifying everyone. Certainly the manager's office has the ability to extend the deadline or pause applications. I think based on what council directs, we will certainly take the appropriate action and look into what is the appropriate next steps. But I don't think we need to process through those right now. I think what is before us is a member of the city council asking their colleagues to agendize an item. I think we address that, and then we let staff process through all the decisions that need to be made to prepare for your policy discussion.
Thank you, City Manager. Is there any other questions or comments from colleagues at this time? We already opened it to the public. Vice Mayor, just want to make sure. Okay, thank you. With that, is there, again, any action? Councilmember Salazar.
Following our new processes, I will make a motion to direct staff to bring back revised ordinance.
Motion, Salazar, seconded Alvarez. Roll call, please. Oh, I'm sorry. Pause. Question, City Manager.
Can I just ask the council member to restate the changes in his motion that he's asking staff to make, so we have complete clarity?
Thank you. I will do that. So I will make a motion that we direct staff to bring back revised ordinance, that those two businesses can be either both delivery services or one delivery service and one retail, the permitted zones.
I second.
On the question, City Manager, is that what?
No.
Mayor Rico Medina.
Yes. That action passes 3-2. Anything else under council comments?
Just one comment. Just wanted to welcome our newest member to.
Second. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Hamilton?
Try going till 3. That's what I'm doing. No, I don't have any comments.
Thank you, and due to the lateness for being here late, and City Manager, I would think, please don't show up at 8 in the morning for the team. So anyway, with that, we will go ahead and adjourn the next regular City Council meeting that will be scheduled on January the 24th, 2023 at 7 p.m. here at the Senior Center. Meeting adjourned.